So can you switch off one of the microphones? So please take your seats. You're most welcome to this 16th annual research conference. We have quite a big number of people online and the physical here. You are most welcome. I would also like to mention that we have received papers from, I will not say all over the world, but all over Africa. We have some papers from Malawi. We have got some papers from Kenya, Ghana, quite a number of papers from Mozambique, and also quite a number of papers from here. I would like to so this is really putting our conference on quite, it gives it a broader scope. One of the reasons as to why we are here, we have a very powerful theme. I know that people have really equipped themselves with this theme, advancing sustainable development through STEMS and multidimensional innovations and research in health, agriculture, environment, and climate. This is quite a heavy theme, which comes when we have challenges of food security, health pandemics, the environment, environmental degradation, and they cannot live in isolation. That's why in this conference of ours, we have invited people in health science, agriculture, social science, because we need to work as a team to sort these issues out. So a lot is going to be discussed in food security, in climate change, in business today. So please feel at home and prepare yourselves to listen and learn, and feel free to critique. So without wasting much time, I hope all the teams are set. I wouldn't have wished the online team to miss out on the VC's presentation. Otherwise, as they're organizing themselves, allow me to invite the VC to come and get us started with this theme and the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our convener and the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, and of course, Dr. Omona from the Faculty of Health Sciences, the Dean, who have been really at the forefront of making this a truly international conference. I think we should give them a hand clap. Yes, science is evolving at Uganda Matters, and I think that is the real crux of the university. So we are very, very grateful to you and your teams that are making this really possible. So our DVC here present, our international and local scientists going to share with us their knowledge today, and the members of staff, the students, the visitors, both physical and virtual, you are welcome to this conference. I also welcome, in a special way, representatives from government, from industry, development partners, if any with us, or soon to join us. We are truly humbled by your consideration to be with us. Those representing the local governments and the civil society, I don't know if we have any in this house here. We are also very grateful that you could spare the time to be with us. And of course, our dear friends, the members of the press. You are always welcome because you enable us to reach out to the world with your technologies. So on behalf of Uganda Matters University, it's therefore my great pleasure to welcome you to our 16th annual research conference, convened under the resonant theme, Advancing Sustainable Development through STEMS and Multidisciplinary Innovations and Research in Health, Agriculture, Environment, and Climate. That is our theme for this year. This theme speaks to our collective responsibility to translate knowledge into solutions and to the conviction that progress emerges when diverse minds, disciplines, and communities work as one. And our presence here, therefore, is a demonstration of our shared commitment to addressing the most critical challenges of our time. One may ask why STEMs are not STEM. The president and everyone is talking about STEM. Yes, the current development discourse is positioning STEM as the key drivers of innovation and development. In Uganda, the government has, through the national development plans and of course the numerous addresses by the president, also advocated for the mainstreaming of STEM. However, this conference chooses STEMs instead of STEM. And what is STEMs? STEMs is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, and the social sciences. However, this conference chooses STEMs instead of STEM. People in the control room, can you ensure we don't get the echo? So we choose STEMs to remind us that sustainable development is not a single discipline pursuit. It is a tapestry woven from scientific rigor, technological ingenuity, creative imagination, and social insight. The health of our people, the productivity of our farms, the resilience of our environment, and the stability of our climate depend as much on data and labs as they do on culture, behavior, communication, governance, policy, ethics, and whatever you can add to the list. In short, sustainable development is a human project that requires laboratory and the field, the spreadsheet and the story, the algorithm and the village assembly. We can't develop just by being in the labs or just with science. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is the context and what are our opportunities here? Uganda stands proud as the pearl of Africa's crown, like we just sang in our national anthem. However, it is also true that the shores of Lake Victoria to the savannas and highlands, Uganda's communities face pressing needs such as climate variability, the burden of preventable diseases, post-harvest losses, land use pressures, urban use, and what have you. Yet our context is also rich in assets such as a youthful population, deep reservoirs of indigenous knowledge, an emerging innovation ecosystem, and a dynamic private sector. Therefore, Uganda Matters stands at the confluence of these realities, grounded in community, guided by values, and committed to purposeful research. At Uganda Matters University, we have opted not to be spectators in these challenges, and our mission has therefore led us in accomplishing quality education and research for societal transformation through the establishment of a strong research agenda that serves as our blueprint. This agenda remains our commitment to aligning with the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, Uganda's National Development Plans and Vision 2040, and all this is organized around 4 critical sub-themes, namely human capital development, combating hunger, improving quality of life and livelihoods, and promoting commerce and trade. Those are our 4 sub-themes as a university in the research agenda we have followed for the last 3 years. When we discuss topics such as climate resilience, we operationalize our commitment to combating hunger vulnerability through weather stations, resilient crops, and so on. Similarly, when we delve into health sciences and nutrition, we are improving the quality of life of our people through our biomedical research and skilling of healthcare workers. Our sessions on business and entrepreneurship directly fuel our goal of promoting commerce and trade through business incubation centers and shared experiences. And our cross-cutting focus on education and digital literacy is the very engine of human capital development, building practical ICT and vocational skills to empower our youth to be job creators, not seekers. This conference is therefore the living expression of UMU's strategic commitment to transformative research. As we open this conference, there are several global trends shaping higher education and research, and of course, research funding, that I would like to briefly map out for us so that we understand how we can be strategically positioned in the right spaces. First, research is moving from disciplinary silos to mission-driven multidisciplinary teams. Those of us who have received grant funding in the last 10 years will note that worldwide, funding agencies are prioritizing mission-oriented research that tackles complex real-world problems such as climate adaptation, food security, antimicrobial resistance, digital inclusion, entrepreneurship, and what have you. Success increasingly depends on teams that blend engineering with public health, economics with data science, and the arts with community engagement. For example, we have seen the Grand Challenges grants and several World Bank projects, including our own Akalise here, looking for community representation, institutional collaborations, and multidisciplinary teams in the project profiles. A soil scientist, therefore, must work with the public health nutritionists and the community leadership. The second trend we need to be aware of is that research funding is moving from individual grants to consortia. It is very difficult now to win a grant as one person. You must have a consortium. Many large grants today favor collaborative consortia. Universities working with industry, government ministries, international partners. That is the trend today. The capacity to convene and steward these partnerships has become a competitive advantage. And I'm sure many of you are now receiving emails from universities in the north begging you to collaborate with them. That's because it's the requirement for funding. It's not because they think you're doing marvelous things. They just want to use you to tap into money. But that is the trend, and we must be able to do it ethically. We are also moving from publications to demonstrable impact. That's another trend today. The attention is quickly shifting from how many letters come after your name and how many publications are cited on your CV, to how many patents, policies, and true knowledge translation can be attributed to you. Academically, the number of citations of your work is more important than the number of publications. Those of you who have seen the recent FD scientific ranking see that the topmost Ugandan scientist has over 34,000 citations. That's Professor Kamya at Makerere. I come at number 40. I'm not very far away. Yes, but it is because of the citations, not the number of publications. And that shows that your knowledge is relevant and is being used by others. Instead of writing a single paper and 5 years down the road, it still has no citation. Then you wonder why the research was conducted. Therefore, there is a growing expectation for research to show measurable outcomes, such as policy influence, enterprise creation, improved services, improved community well-being, etc. It's therefore my hope that the research we shall see during this conference will go beyond academic accolades to emphasize the pathways to scale and translation, co-creation with end users, and clear theories of change leading to potential impact. Ladies and gentlemen, the other trend we need to be aware of in the research world is that we are moving from closed knowledge to open science and data stewardship. Open access publishing, fair data principles, and reproducible methods are increasingly mandated. This begs for robust data governance that respects privacy, ethics, and national sovereignty, and it is essential, especially when working with community-generated data. The fifth trend we need to be aware of is something that we all know today. We are moving from traditional donors to blended and diversified financing. Most of you are aware of the changes that the US government has put in place in the recent couple of months, including in their own country, where universities are now scratching for funding. It used to be a guarantee. Harvard would have so many $1 million, you could have so many $1 million, USAID would pass out so many grants, NIH would call so many, we even knew the months when the calls come out. So that tradition is changing. And so we need to go beyond classic grants and start sourcing for other funding opportunities. This aligns perfectly with our theme and emphasizes the need for us to adapt and evolve in our research priorities. Winning funding will now require both scientific excellence and strong business and implementation models and competences. The other aspect we need to be aware of is we are moving from capacity building to talent and innovation readiness. Funders want to see universities nurturing talent who can translate research into solutions. That's why every university, every conference now is talking about entrepreneurship, is talking about incubation, is talking about innovation. Not how many first classes, no one is interested. They want to see you informing development. So we need to be able to push for incubators, internships, living labs, and of course collaborations with the industry. And undergraduate engagement is no longer optional now, as I will talk about later. Lastly, I want to bring your attention to the most obvious, which is the rise in artificial intelligence. We live in unprecedented times with the fastest changes in nearly every technology we have known before. Think about any technology you've used in the late 90s, those of you who were there, the early 2000s. A lot has changed today. Artificial intelligence and digital tools are transforming discovery, delivery, and conduct of research, from predictive agriculture and health diagnostics to environmental monitoring. All are being affected by artificial intelligence. So in our research conduct, therefore, these tools come, with these tools, we must be able to come to better results in shorter times and publish much faster. When we were at university, and I think it was even worse in the days of Professor Nasinyama, getting a journal would require you to go to the a journal article would require you to go to the librarian, identify the publisher. The librarian would address a letter to the publisher, and then you wait in the post office for a copy of that article. That used to be the way we used to get those rare articles. Today, you might not even know where the librarian sits. You will access the article. And that is technology. So it should also be reflected in the researches that we do, so that we can be able to produce and translate our findings much faster, and the dissemination. So ladies and gentlemen, to fit in this dynamic ecosystem, therefore, calls for an intentional effort towards deep collaboration and awareness of the trends, and the involvement of several stakeholders. Many have called it the triple helix, but I choose to call it the quadruple helix, because we must see the collaboration between academia, industry, government, and communities. Without the communities, our research is only as good as the paper on which it is printed. Collaboration, therefore, is no longer a slogan, but an operating model. Our national priorities for socio-economic transformation and the Sustainable Development Goals will not be achieved by any single player, not even your own personal growth. You need others for you to grow. Therefore, there is need for a whole of society approach, even in our research. We need government for obvious reasons. Even without sacrificing our institutional autonomy, academic freedom, and especially freedom of scientific research, our research should seek alignment with national and global development plans and regulatory frameworks, so that we can together identify the priorities that are fundable and can truly make a difference in the communities that we serve. We need industry. We have enjoyed often our ivory towers and not linked up with the immediate consumers of our research and graduates, which is the industry, and especially the private sector. Those of you who've been around for some time will know that the public sector for the last 40 years or thereabout, ever since we decentralized, the public sector is no longer the biggest employer. It's the private sector. And so we need to be able to collaborate with industry, especially the private sector, if we are to frame relevant research questions, if we are to understand the industry needs and trends, and also if we are to shorten the distance from the lab bench to the marketplace. We need to be seen, and we need to invite these people. Such an ecosystem is what will transform universities to true engines of development and socio-economic transformation. Like I said, we cannot do without the communities and the civil society, because community members are not beneficiaries. They are co-researchers, they are co-creators. They are the people whose problems we want to address. And without them, our research will remain irrelevant. We also need the development partners so that they can help us tap into the different funding opportunities, facilitate our capacity development, and also help us promote our commitment to equity. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as researchers, I urge you to step out of your siloed, discipline-specific research comfort zones, to broaden your view, seek a collaboration or a co-author from a different discipline from your own, and ask yourself what else needs to be done and who must be in this conversation for my research to have maximum impact. Like I said before, I am passionate about undergraduate students. This is because innovation thrives when curiosity is nurtured early, and so as universities, our call today is to recognize this and challenge the notion that research is reserved for postgraduate students. Undergraduates bring energy, they bring digital fluency, and fresh perspectives that can unlock new solutions. Today, the world's richest people are, a bigger proportion of the world's richest people are younger than 40 or 45. These are the people driving the economics today. And that shows you that the youth can be of tremendous productivity if tapped into. The growth, relevance, and quick translation of our research into relevant solutions will be determined by how fast and effectively we are able to mainstream undergraduate research experiences across programs, with credit-bearing projects linked to real community and industry challenges. We also have to expand student research and innovation clubs, hold hackathons and challenge sprints around the themes of this conference and more, and to establish living labs on and around our campuses, so that our students learn by building and evaluating real systems with real issues and real users. There is also need for universities, research groups, and partners to strengthen internships and collaborations with different industry and community partners. This will sharpen our students' critical and contextual thinking, and in turn inform their research and innovations to solve real-world challenges. I would like also to move on to our values as a university, because as a university, Uganda Matters is anchored in faith and service. We are guided by integrity, dignity, and solidarity with the vulnerable. Research divorced from ethics is not progress. Innovation that excludes is not successful. So as we await the accreditation of our REC, which I pray will be before the end of this year, we will hold ourselves to the highest standards of research integrity, community engagement, and stewardship of resources. Secondly, to measure what matters, UMU must align its institutional research metrics with impact pathways such as co-created projects with communities and end users, policy briefs adopted or cited, startups and social enterprises that are launched, scalable pilot projects that are implemented with industry, and the number of students participating in that research. These should become our measurable outputs beyond a publication in a prestigious journal that Africans will never read. As I conclude, I wish to extend the invitation to our colleagues in the government to bring us their toughest problems and let us craft missions and solutions together. I invite the industry to come and co-invest with us, help us engage in relevant research to answer their problems and aspirations, and also to help move our innovations to the market. The communities and development partners, we invite you to join us in building sustainable local capacity, teach us, challenge us, and co-create with us. And of course, I call upon the faculty and students to be bold, collaborative, and tireless in the pursuit of truth and service. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that by the end of this conference, we shall all commit to a new compact of collaborative, multidisciplinary research, one that unites academia, industry, government, and communities in shared purpose, one that places undergraduate students at the center of discovery and design, and one that aims to harness the full power of STEMs beyond STEM to create solutions worthy of our people, our nation, and our planet. Because if we collaborate deeply, innovate responsibly, and measure what matters, OMO and its partners will not only study sustainable development, but we shall actively advance it. With these few remarks, I would like to thank you and once again welcome you to this conference. And it is now my singular duty and honor to declare this 16th annual research conference at Uganda Matters University open. Virtute ex sapientia Duc Mondum. Thank you very much.
Let us give our VC another round of applause. He has really did a great job of making us really understand the reason as to why we're here. As Dr. Sekande is coming in for the discussion and questions for the VC's presentation, I would like to recognize the following universities who are here with us. We have some presenters from Gulu University. Yeah, she's here. We have some people presenting from Makele University. Some might be online, but they're presenting. We have got their papers. We have the Lilongwe University from Malawi. They must be online. We have from Eduardo Mondlane University from Mozambique. They must be online. So there are two who are with us. Yeah, that was my university for my PhD. So if we receive as many papers as possible, that means I'm doing a wonderful work in Mozambique. So at least we have got two present, and we have around 16 online who are going to present today. We shall be calling upon other universities as we keep checking in our database. Dr. Sekandi, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my Dean, and I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor for really bringing to our attention the key issues that require our action here. My job is a very simple one. I am just going to lead our discussion in a few minutes to see how we can realign our research, especially to global targets and different development agendas. This comes from a background of, I'm working with a team with Makerere University, Haramaya University, and Dar es Salaam University on trying to see how can we streamline all kinds of research that is being done at university to SDGs mainly. Now for OMO, we focused on the STEMs, and hopefully we can do justice on the STEMs. But it's very important to note, ladies and gentlemen, that much of what we are doing must respond to targets and the key development agendas that are being set at the global level, and that is the SDGs, the 17 of them, At the African level, we have the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, but also this country, Uganda, has also been very vocal on its Vision 2040. But for me, there are 4 questions that we need to ask ourselves from what the Vice Chancellor has been presenting here. Number 1 is that how do we action or bring to bear, or you can actually call it domestication of these STEMs within our research and training agenda, within our curriculums, within our classrooms, within our own research as scholars. How do we domesticate this? I hope those are things that we are asking ourselves. But also it's very important that much of what we have been doing, and the Vice Chancellor has challenged us, has actually been presenting findings. So how do we migrate from findings to incubation, to ideas, to trademarks, to actions? But also very important, how do we, that's the 3rd question, how do we breathe new life into our research and knowledge production? Looks like what we have been working with over the years is no longer sufficient, it's not good enough. But as a university, but also as researchers, can we also see that whatever we create, whatever we come up with, ends up into an incubator or a living lab? So what are those living lab or incubation centers that are core to our need and our discussion here? I hope that can lead a little bit of our discussion here. You can agree with me, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, that much of our initiatives are a little bit scattered, piecemeal, and isolated here and there. Second is working on how to build rangelands. Brother Marius has been working on agroecology. Gerard here, I'm speaking about people I know, is so much into forestry. But how are all those things integrated into making businesses? How can those help to shape on how we build up our new cities going forward? Of course, there are multiple bottlenecks that we know. You and I know of all over. I don't want our discussion to go into those, because those are known. There are financial issues, there are shortages of human resources, there are also focus on survival. We really don't want to speak on that. Focus on survival. You really want to get some subsistence to get yourself going. Now, those are the few issues. Now, in my observation, that within the university here, there are things that we can leverage on that maybe we rarely take for, most of the times we take for granted. One of the key issues is the image of the institution. You can actually collaborate with everybody, anywhere in this world, coming from this institution. Just the image alone. It's a chartered university. It has experience of running massive projects. It also has built its reputation over a period of time. But also, which is something that is quite rare elsewhere, there's quite a lot of diversity of scholars here. There are people from all kinds of fields. Unfortunately, you don't see them working together, but there are people from the social science, from the ethics, from the philosophy, from architecture, from health. That is, for me, something that can be celebrated, and that could be an act of strength. Unfortunately, we don't see a lot of very direct collaborations around those areas, people working together. You see that people in agriculture are working alone, people in business are working alone. We don't celebrate that. But also very important, because of some of the projects that have come here, Vice Chancellor, we have actually brought here very high quality students from all over the world. So these come with completely different knowledge, different way of looking at things, new diversity, new industryness. Unfortunately, most of these stay within the units that bring them. You don't see them really scattering and also reaching out to many other units. For me, those are 3 strengths that as an institution we haven't yet leveraged on, but probably we can leverage on. My last issue I want to say, I open this for discussion on actioning these STEMs into where we need to go. Maybe the key question we need to ask ourselves that within this university, where can you go? Whether it's a desk, a department, an individual to really understand what are the existing global targets. Global targets, you know, what we are working on. Do you go to the research directorate? Do you see that linkage within the research directorate and all the faculties and departments? The second issue, and this is very core, Vice Chancellor, the linkage between academia and the support units that are existing within the university. Do they actually understand the importance of driving research and contributing? I'm not so sure whether in this room there's somebody in the estate. Is there somebody from finance? Is there somebody in the registry? And that's the chief academic office. Those are support units, but I don't know whether they actually appreciate the need for research, even research to help them improve their own processes and systems. And beyond that, maybe if they understood and appreciated that more, the key question that keep coming up, the need for support. Sometimes you're writing a proposal and you actually look for someone to help you make a budget. And they say, you know, make it the way you want. And once the project is funded, they tell you, you never put the 10% for the university. They're like, hang on a minute, I never knew about that. Where were you? That should have been the support unit to do that. So for me, those are the opportunities that are available, but also some of the software, small things that need to be addressed for us. So maybe it could be time to rethink about having a hub here that really drives development research agenda. Somebody that sits down, some people that sit down and tell health science that, you know what, can you please help us deal with this cohort of students, deal with non-communicable diseases? Can you tell people in SARS to deal with issues that are happening within Busoga and those kind of things? The other and the very last thing, Vice Chancellor, that I want to tell you that I don't see here is a very direct and intended internal collaborations between departments. I don't see that very often. The students have done that very well. I see them in intercultural competition, in sports competition, but you don't even see health competition for ideas within these different units. I hope people in business could be asking people who are doing agriculture that how would you translate that into money? How would you translate it into jobs? All those kind of things. So for me, those are the really things that challenge us as an institution, as researchers, but actually on the overall, I think there's more opportunities to really work and going forward than the bottlenecks themselves. I'd like to open the discussion here. I don't want to be the main speaker, but those are the things for me that I picked out when the Vice Chancellor was speaking to us. And I now invite questions and comments from the audience. I don't know whether there's a movable microphone or I have to move this one. Yep. By show of hand. David, the processes.
Probably as they digest to ask questions, there are things you've asked that are quite interesting. About the support units. You know, you cited an example of budgeting. You've also talked about collaborations across departments. I think, having been here now 4 years, what I'm noticing that we are still on a journey as Uganda Matters University. We are still on a journey of mindset change from single credit to team credit. I think that journey must be sustained and fast-tracked so that it's not me but we. That will help us see that what I'm doing has a benefit for you too, and therefore it would be good for you to come on board. Probably the other thing that I see, and this is not only at Uganda Matters University, is when it comes to institutional development, like you said, as a Vice Chancellor, what I am noticing is we need to identify a critical number of people to support continuously. Because many people are in it for the short-term gains and fly. But academic success takes time. It takes time. You have to stick to it and stick to it and stick to it. But if someone finishes a master's or a PhD today, and they want to be able to win a grant tomorrow, and then buy a Mercedes ML class, and buy 50 acres to plant coffee in the first year of postgraduate, then you are missing it. Because academia and business are not always able to sail together. Academia is a profession you sacrifice to and pursue. And that's why there are not many billionaire academicians, if any. I don't know any. You can guide me to know who are the billionaire academicians. So it is a profession that you come in for different ideals. Different ideals. But not to compete with the businessman who is your neighbor on the village. He has a different pursuit. Yours is another different pursuit. But until we accept that, we shall continue talking and talking. Then, of course, as a university, we are setting up a grants office, which I think will have the core areas that you're talking about. Who helps you to budget? Who helps you look out for the calls? Who helps you align with the global trends, etc., etc. So we need to be able to do that, and we should be able to. We need to be able to do that, realign our expectations as academicians and researchers, because if you are writing a grant just to get money to go home and buy 10 HiFiles, then you are even going to mismanage the grant funds. You are going to be unethical in compiling your reports. You are going to pay people to sign on workshops, attendance lists that never happened. You are going to inflate every purchase you will do on the project. Why? Because you are not in for the project. You are in for the money that was announced to be competed for. And that's where the problem is. So we need to reflect and question our conscience, and then be able to live as Uganda Matters University with virtute et sapientia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. I'll start with David, and I come to.
Thank you. I want to thank the DC for this very penetrating keynote address, which I think sets the tone for today's presentation. I look forward to the papers that will keep the voltage high. I think the voltage has already been high. And it is equally challenging to us who are serving in the graduate unit of research, training, and enterprise, of course, to think that we are not just as the service of the graduate students, and somewhere before they become graduate students, there is something that's happened. So I have a question about that interesting and challenging imperative that we have gotten from the keynote, to think about undergraduate, and even more broadly, where they're coming from in terms of society, as the bedrock for all that which we will call research for patents, research for trademark, research for impact. So in view of the current competing ecosystem of post-secondary schooling, which on the one hand, we have gotten a very clearly mapped out cartography of big developments. We have the business, vocational, technical training, and it is developing its own pathway and increasingly being institutionalized. We've gotten a whole directorate of industrial training, and we've gotten a kind of a similar sister institution to the National Council for Higher Education for the vocational. And now we have gotten the higher education of the universities, which is decoupling with the tertiary. At stake seems to be the two raison d'etre for the two institutions. Universities, what is its reason for existence? And other tertiary institutions, what is their reason for existence? I would like to think that at the heart of our business is how to teach those who have been given unto us how to think, first and foremost. How to think on their own, to think with themselves, and of course to think in ways that are both excellent and ethical. And the others, who are our counterparts, they will more interestingly focus on the how to do it. But there seems not to be a Chinese wall between how to think and how to do it. Now, when we come to the 5 shifts that you have pointed out, dear Vice Chancellor, it seems to me that the battlefield is on the what does that thinking entail? Pedagogically and in terms of predisposition to research. What will be our role when entrepreneurship and enterprising becomes the lecture that has got to come down our throat? What's the place of thinking when we move to a bigger concern of doing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, dear Vice Chancellor, for that very enriching presentation that you have given to us. I'm Professor George Nasinyama, Director of Ruaga Campus. You have ably highlighted the trends, the bigger trends that we need to be aware of. And of course, the issue of multidisciplinary research has been around for a bit of time, although many universities have not, are just getting on board. I remember some time back when I visited the University of Cambridge, and we're seeking collaboration with them. I was pleasantly surprised when they did not understand what are you talking about. The reason for that is that universities in the north would get funding from government, from their higher education bodies. You are a professor at a university, you are assured of grants coming from government. So why this need for a university from the south coming, seeking collaboration with the University of Cambridge? To do what? For them it's a top-down. Come here, we train you, and you go back. But not coming here to collaborate. So,
sorry, Prof, for cutting it short. For the online audience, you would possibly kindly stand up. The camera is the other side so that they can see you and they listen.
Well, let me stand up here. You know, I'm vertically challenged. Not like our BC. So, as universities, our focus has always been on research outputs from the university. And most of this work is done by our postgraduate students. And our postgraduate students, their goal is not impact. They want their, we call it a Manila paper. They want their certificate and get out. And you will not, when you try to follow them up, we did this research, you are the supervisor. We need to get into its conclusion. It will be very difficult, you will not be able to do that. So what needs to happen, and what universities are struggling with, is forming viable research groups, research teams, so that our students, be it at undergraduate, at postgraduate, can become part of those teams in which they can do their research, that even if they leave, then the faculty, the university staff, can move forward to ensure that those solutions that have come out of research are actually moved a step further to the target groups to make sure that they are implemented. I think there is that lacuna. That is the challenge that many of us have, because the workhorses in the universities are the students, be they undergraduates, be they postgraduate students. But their goal is to get their paper and get out. You are not going to force them to be coming back to the university to be part of the team to ensure that the research, the findings that they got actually make impact. I think that part of the stakeholders seems to be a challenge, Mr. Vice Chancellor. And to me, once those we have made the research teams, then it will be more viable to move to translate research into action as one of the trends that we would like to see as a university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear from so many people, so colleagues, please keep it very short. But I also want to hear from students. Whatever we are talking about here, students. So if there's a student, please make your hand a little bit different, then I can prioritize you. I'll start with a lady here, and then somebody in the back. Two ladies, then we... Please take this to Priscilla.
I'm just right up in front of the camera. My name is Lamwaka Alice Veronica, a senior lecturer, Faculty of Medicine of Gulu University. You are Dean of the Health Science. I was our pioneer student and I was his lecturer. So I appreciate you for looking after him very well, and we are very proud of him.
Just look, just come to the side. Stay there, don't worry.
Yeah, so I begin by appreciating the Vice Chancellor for his very inspirational speech. We have everything, and I would like to summarize it as decolonizing knowledge. Many of us are still behind, keeping into the colonized form of knowledge, and also very rigid in the training. When you think out of the box, the world is open to you and in your hands. In many universities, we say that we are employed to teach, to carry out research and community engagement. But the community engagement remains on paper. It is never practiced. If you ask any of you here, how many of you have gone out into the community and are having community projects that links you with the community and then use it as a port for co-creation of knowledge? I don't think there will be many hands. I'm very proud also to say that at Gulu University, I think you must have heard, we have what is called the Wang-O speaker series, where we sit around the bonfire with the elders from the villages. And because Gulu University is in northern Uganda, we concentrate most where we have created our satellite universities, like in Ohima, Kotido, Moroto, Lira, and of course Kirgum and Gulu, plus the other districts that also wants to come, like we have Mpiji also going to us, and also Busoga, where Professor I slipped the name. He has a university there and is linked to the community, and they come to us. And you know what? As your Vice Chancellor has said, we studied and we went so far, but I always say that we left the knowledge behind. Yes? We left the knowledge behind. And I would also advocate for promoting community-based participatory action research. That is what all our hearts should be. And with that, we are going to innovate and discover and discover and discover, and the discovery will be endless. One thing in Komoni College, do you know that they discovered a generator that does not use anything? It just uses energy. You don't need to refuel, you don't need to anything. But they also don't know that it is innovation. They are using it at the university, at their secondary school. And that's it. And it was innovated by a student. So I really agree with you, sir, that we need to involve the community. We need to involve school children as our partners, and universities should be the driving force wherever we are sitting. So thank you very much. I also pray that you carry on this message to the other universities. You have the Vice Chancellor's forums, and then also take opportunity to call on stakeholders meeting so that the message flows. Because now here, whereas Jesus started with 12 disciples and it covered the world, I don't know how long it will take us to also cover our educational institution. I put it back on your head that you keep the ball running. Thank you.
He's got enough on his head. Priscilla, stay there, please. Just say what you want to say. The camera people should roll them around.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sekandi. My name is Priscilla Nyadoy, the Deputy Director of the Directorate of Graduate Studies, Research and Enterprise of Uganda Matters University. I'm standing up just to thank the VC and to emphasize on a few points of his speech. One was on the issue of mindset change. The VC has told us that we are on a transition and we've been progressing, trying to change our mind from working as individuals to collaboration. And I want to say that the university has actually have goodwill on this, because we have the Uganda Matters University Research Fund. Every year, the university is giving 100 million, and this will be improving for research to staff and the students. And the idea behind this research funding is that we can encourage research teams to come up. This year, we have awarded 5 research teams, and in future, we are going to continue on this. So this cannot go unnoticed. I want to say that we are leading by example. The VC is just not talking, but is actually saying actual things that this university is doing. In addition to that, we have the Research and Publications Committee, which was a structure that was set up and approved by Senate to provide support for implementation of research activities in the university, and every faculty is represented in this committee. So in terms of collaboration, we are somewhere and we are moving, and I just wanted to emphasize this and to bring it to the attention of our staff, that next time the directorate calls on you to submit proposals for this funding, think of creating a research team as has been guided by the VC. And maybe in future we'll be going out as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the VC for this initiative. I'm a student, somehow like a consultant, but a student. So I'd like to speak from that perspective, since the director of program
impressed interest. I'd like to make the following contributions out of experience and observation. One, to domesticate this agenda, I would propose that we make a shift from prospective influence to make retrospective influence. Professor David and someone else was mentioning about those who are behind us, the primary, the secondary, where education is, seed is planted. What is our influence? If we can answer that question, instead of beginning where we are already in trouble not to move where we want to go. Two, I would like to propose that as a university, consolidate graduate school consortium of researchers. Our graduate school students, when they live here, how do we network with them? Are there any alumni organizations for money and so forth? Can we consolidate these people and have that post-mentoring after graduation, that the VC can be proud that I have our graduates here who have had PhD in 6 years, they can come together, sit around you and make sense. Three, I would like to propose that as a university, we can introduce physical development lab, physical development lab on the campus, where we can attract NGOs, faith-based organizations, and other private partners to come here and do modeling, where someone can come and learn from. And finally, someone talked about critical thinking. Someone challenged me when I was in the United States, and he said, you Africans are not developing because you keep on thinking and you don't reason. And I asked myself, what the hell is this person telling me? I went to make research to find out what could be the difference. He said, for you, you are just thinking, but you don't apply logic. So I'd like also to propose that logic and critical thinking be a cross-cutting subject. I want to make this comment, and this is should be counted on me. There are so many people who have a lot of content, but expressing that content is almost impossible by verbal expression and action. So if this can be followed, I have a background of philosophy. Great men in this world who are the fathers of what we're doing here learned through debates. Learn through debates. They can express themselves in ideas and practice. And that's why we refer to them every time as great men and women. But bring us into the debate, and this year I'm always disappointed on the PhD program, forum. Every time you see football. These are graduate PhD students. And this forum was meant for academic interaction. Football, TikTok messages, dances, you post there an article, no one comments. And someone gets football, Arsenal, poop. You are wondering whether we are studying Arsenal or we are PhD students. Great people do things intentionally, consistently, and purposefully. Outside that, we keep on littering in the wilderness. Thanks very much.
Please keep it short so we can have more and more ideas, and I'm seeing some more interesting hands coming up. VC, don't worry, not all these are questions directed to you. These are, so it just can't be all on this man alone, honestly. It can't. Yeah, there are a few things that can be done by us as well. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You want to moderate like
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Bosco Triaeva. I'm an immediate former student, just graduated recently. I have a comment, maybe just before my comment. Allow me to thank WUMU as a university for the adequate preparation we received from our lecturers at the Baka campus. I'm here because of my great supervisors, Josephine, she's my supervisor. I've seen here Mr. Kasenge and Cyprian and many others. They are great people at our campus at the Baka. Now, I come from industry. I work for Bank of Africa, and I wanted to affirm the comment the VC made on the question of lacuna between industry demands and the universities. I confirm where I stand. There is the deficiency of skills in especially the young employees. They are academically brilliant, but they require specific skills. Like in banking where I am, we are doing a transformation in digital lines. And therefore, there is increasing need for the knowledge upgrade. And therefore, it is true that the university can link what they have as knowledge to the industry on a continuous basis. Many years ago, I personally came here for a training in a bank management certificate. At that time, it was Central Bank, and the arrangement massively changed the way we worked. Therefore, members, I think the idea can work. Let's try to reach out as universities to the industry to make things work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other question as well around that where are the industries getting their innovations? Where are they getting the knowledge to improve their products? Should we go to them? Can they come to us as well? It should be, so we'll go to 1, 2, 3, then we end it there. To you, Vincent, and then...
Okay, I'm Ko Shadrach Fayakemo. I'm doing Bachelor of Agriculture, year 2. Thank you, our Vice Chancellor. How you was lamenting on the quadruple, where you involve 4 partners. One of them was the academia, we have the industries, we have the government, and also we have the communities. In Africa, we usually focus on marks as students because we are fighting for first class. That's the ideas we have adapted from the old people we met. So now my question is, as a student, if you can't fight for a first class, how will you be called in a society, and how people will consider you to be a student of being focused during your campus? That is my questions, and I will pray that as students we should focus on bringing new ideas and also making the society to receive the practical ideas we are writing, because so many times students focus on cramming. They focus on cramming during reading week. So such students will have a marks more than someone who is fighting to push the agenda of the society. So I pray that that questions will be answered, and we shall start from there. Thank you so much.
Just don't cram. There is Vincent, and then this person here.
Thank you so much. I would like also to add my voice to appreciate the words from the VC and the additional commentary that made Dr. Sekandi. I'm one of the beneficiaries of Uganda Matters University at the Faculty of Agriculture, PhD in Agroecology and Food Systems. But I'm also one of the beneficiaries of the distortions of COVID. At that time, it was tough to transition from physical lectures to the online version that gradually took over. It took longer to decide by the Senate, by the different bodies, in order to allow that. Could a PhD student study online? What about the exams? What about? But for me, when I reflect in hindsight, it was a kind of reminder that the knowledge is this side, the knowledge cannot be the other side. And so I cannot engage the others. But So when I hear the great news from the VC, this is very important. I happen to be in a series of sessions by the KTH, that is the Royal Institute of Technology, based in Stockholm, in Sweden. And they have an initiative, which they have nurtured for the last 15 years. It's called IBARL, Innovation-Based Research Level, as a way of nurturing people to innovate. And it is through a series of those trainings that I learned all sorts of research we are doing. We are in a gold mine. Traditionally, we knew that it is the STEM sciences that can have a lot of innovations. But gradually, we are learning that even the A and the S have a lot of items that can translate into money, can translate into social impacts and social enterprises. It's one thing I wanted to place to the table to confirm that it's possible. Others are doing it elsewhere. And last month, in September, we were in Oss at NMBU. And in one of the sessions, it was really a bit of crying because the Global North really wants to collaborate with the Global South. And the entire conversation, about 1 hour plus, highlighted key issues that are kind of bedeviling that kind of conversation, that kind of collaboration, how they have real serious fears, and how those fears can be overcome in order to translate the collaboration into a reality. I place this again at the table, that there are some issues that can be addressed, and then we make the collaborations real within the context of the quadruple agenda that you have put before us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Wilson Friday. To be brief, one of the things that I wanted to talk about regarding the theme and your communication VC is about, research is about innovation and looking for some partner to fund that innovation. So I think there is a need to include aspect of research method. We have it as a course, but however, if we develop a curriculum where we can include grant writing aspect or as a section, and also as the lecturers to empower students to be more participating in those writing skills for grant. Because normally I looked at the technical proposal and financial proposals. There are key issues. Much as we students, we can be knowing how to, we can be taught how to do financial proposal a little bit, we find it difficult to write that technical proposal. So I bring out my appreciation to one of my mentor, Professor Shua, Dr. Kere, and late Dr. Peter Walekwa at Makerere, when I was undergraduate doing research. They helped me, they brought me closer, much as I was not getting those A's, but I got that knowledge, and also from supervision skills of Professor Frederick Bagamba. So now at least I'm happy that I wrote something and I won some grant through those skills and volunteering. Thank you so much. I wish at least to look into it and see how you can incorporate that grant writing module in research method, and make sure that students are closer to those skills when they are at undergraduate and master's level. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I request that we pause the questions there and allow the VC to make a quick response. But there are two that came from online, from Robina, who says, my question goes to the issue of nurturing curiosity early enough. I think this has also come out in the audience. What strategies are in place to develop research at the undergraduate level? What about the support departments? Don't they need to engage in research too? The other is from a civil research is done in silos at OMO, and the presence of the Director of Research that oversees research in the university is thin and not felt. My question is, what accounts for the almost non-existence of institutionalized research? Now, as I return this to the Vice Chancellor, for me, most of the things that are coming up is very important feedback to us as the university. All of us, it just can't go to the Vice Chancellor alone. All of us are holding different mandates. These are really very important questions that are coming up to us to really see what is the feedback, what is the, for example, now you've seen the gap in curriculum that is coming from the students. We've seen also that the need to strengthen research, all the way these kind of questions to be raised at a very early stage, such that the person, by the time the student comes to the graduate level, is able to really tease out and have a proper appreciation of these things. So I want to end my discussion here, and Vice Chancellor, as I come to say that, you know, one of the things that you've said out for me that stand out is that maybe a factory reset for all of us, and the process, you know, every time we speak about these things, we'll create maybe 1%, 1.5% increment. You never know. The process might take longer, but for as long as we are moving.
Thank you very much to you all for this very lively discussion and reflections. I didn't know I was stimulating so much thought, but I'm very humbled to hear all the comments. Of course, there was a comment from Shimba about who will do the thinking if we want to do both the thinking and the doing. Yeah, when you look at industry, let us look at the simplest thing is about constructing a house, which probably everyone will relate to. When you are going to construct a house, you determine the size of house you want. And then you look for someone to put your thoughts into some pictorial form. And that's the architect. The architect is the only person who thinks about the detail of that house. The rest of the team after the architect are doing. The engineers are doing, the builders, the masons, and all that. Now, when you look at the proportion of thinkers to doers, you might see that you need one thinker for every 10 doers. So certainly there will be room for thinkers to continue. But what will move the world forward, as we are seeing today, are the doers. And so if we can have people think and do, even the better, at different levels of the scale. Why China has overtaken in many ways the Western world is not because they have very good thinkers only. They have thinkers and doers. Today there is more shipping coming out of China. There's more economic power in China than elsewhere because they have proven that you can think and do at the same time. So we need to craft that as well and be able to think and do. There are many other questions and comments that came through, but what I would like to say is a few things. One, I will actually use only quotations First is from Thomas Jefferson. I like that a lot because as a student of leadership of change, my MBA was in leading change. Leadership of change, that's the MBA I did. And if you want to see something you've never seen, if you want to have something you've never had, you must be willing to do something you've never done. That is Thomas Jefferson. So, if we want to continue doing the same thing, but then see different results, then we are mad. So, when industry comes, when community comes and tells you the universities are no longer relevant, the universities are not making impact, but you still want to do the things the same way Socrates did, then certainly there is some madness somewhere. Someone is missing the trail. So we must be brave enough to challenge the status quo. And the people who stand out are not people who follow trails. If you want to go somewhere because many people have gone, then you won't stand out to be great. You will just be trying to compete. So the other thing we need to do as a university is to be brave enough to be unapologetically different from the rest. Because if you want to be like the rest, because Makere does it, because Guru does it, because what? No. If we are convinced this is the direction, this is the talk that we see will take us to where Uganda Matters University can be the reference, then you must be also brave enough to accept that there will be a lot of criticism. But you must be unapologetically committed. That's the only way we can be different. And some of you have seen the way management has been doing a few things at Uganda Matters University. It is different, but we are also unapologetically different. We say this is what we want and we are going to pursue it. Yeah, we have to make a difference, but you can't make a difference by following others. No, then where will the difference be? And one good quote that always inspires me, another one is, you can never be a good sailor if you fear losing sight of the shore. If you want to be a good sailor, you must be able to go into the depth of the seas, where you are not surrounded by any land mass. So you should be brave enough to lose the reference of the shore and just go there, mark your way through. But if we always want to say, but we are moving away from the other one, it is now disappearing, why don't we go back a bit? Then you'll never be a good sailor. So we've got to be brave enough to lose sight of the shore and just sail if we are convinced that this is the direction. And like Father Oyo put it, we must be intentional, we must be committed, and we must be consistent in that pursuit. It will happen only if we are consistently pursuing it. So let us not lose heart that is taking long. The most important is that we define the focus, be intentional, and consistently pursue it. And finally, I think for the undergraduates, someone was saying, what do we need to do? I think it was Wilson. Wilson, you are from Mozambique, did you say? Incorporating research, yes. So, of course, the DVC is here. The DVC always reads the awards at graduation. Now, there has to be a shift on what we award. Because as human beings, we shall always do that which is monitored and rewarded. If I decide today as a Vice Chancellor and convince management and that we take to council a new way of promoting academicians, so that it's not only papers, but I also want to see how many students report back on this person favorably, how many grants has this person brought in, how many community committees does this person sit on, instead of how many publications are after the name of this person, and we start rewarding that, you people will change. You will start bringing in more grants. You start making sure that your faculty links up with industry, because we shall measure how many university industry linkages and community have been made in the last 3 years of your contract. And then you show us the metrics. You will change. But then you will say, but Makere doesn't do that. Yes, but I say this is Uganda Matters University. We are making a difference. And I think we can make it so. I just want us to realize that we should be willing to be controversial and unapologetically so, and shift our focus on what we measure and what we reward. So for the undergraduates, if we reward the projects they've written, and then assess the projects so that there is a show of those who feel they have the projects well written or the concept or something, especially if it is entrepreneurial. Like we said, first year is conceptualization, second year they are writing up, third year they are testing out, and at the third year they are presenting, and we award them prizes for the different outputs. You will see the undergraduate innovation and research is taking a different style. And then their supervisors will also be recognized to pursue these things. That will change. Instead of reading the first one who got 4.8 CGP out of 5, we start reading the first one who has come up with a fundable proposal. We get 5 million Uganda shillings to put up a team and carry it forward. And we'll be linked to this and the other industry. People will start doing better. So it's up to us to define the direction we want to take and align ourselves to it, making sure the systems, structures, skills, staffing, and everything is aligned. Finally, and this is now finally, is what one of our colleagues from Gulu said. We need to wean ourselves away from the colonial ways of doing things and start doing things differently. The reference is always a reassuring bit, but we have learned painfully along the way that the intention of the colonialists was not to make you independent. So if we continue in the same dictum, we are bound to stay colonized. It is a difficult journey because there will be a lot of forces that will come. But not that he has done very many great things, but at least what Trump is doing these days is challenging all that we held true about American governance. And as an academic institution, we can start challenging some of these so-called traditions that on deep thought are actually not advancing higher education, but just keeping us in a given line. And as a university with the critical minds as you people here are, I'm sure we can do it. We just have to decide what we want to do. So with those few remarks, and not to keep us here for much longer, I wish us a very good day of interactions. It is really the starting of critical debate on certain things we've always held true, but this is where it can happen. This is where we are a university. To challenge that is assumed to be established. The philosophers in here, of course, know, the positivists and so on. For us, we need to believe that as a society we can create our own knowledge. And that knowledge is not always what? In existence. So thank you, and I wish us very well. And I look forward to the recommendations or the report that management can look at for some actionable something. Because if it's just a good conversation, then I have wasted my morning. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the Vice Chancellor for this very morning session. I think what this session has done is to set the agenda going, to set the ball rolling, but also help us look in the future where we are going. I want to thank you for being such a committed audience and also for attending in big numbers. Apologies, we could not get everybody, even the audience online, because, but I want to request that maybe the discussions can continue through social media and different platforms. I hope Peter and the team can create for us a hashtag, and then we'll continue discussing these things there. A report could emerge from there, and we will be looking out for the discussions that are outside there. I now hand over to the conference organizers. Don't clap for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sekandi, for leading us in this session. Most of us are here with our papers, with our abstracts, with our manuscripts, and we are prepared to publish. And we shall not think about anywhere further, but we are going to start with our own. That's why I would like to invite Dr. Brother Marius to, in just a few seconds, before we close our sessions, to show us something small.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor and the moderator of the session. Thank you for the organizers. Yeah, we want to share the screen. The reason why I'm here, I want to start on the very last note Dr. Sekand has given us. I am providing you a different kind of hashtag where all the discussions provoked by the Vice Chancellor will be accessed by the public. I hope the screen is now shared. In the recent past, about 4 months ago, the very Vice Chancellor who was here challenged us, say you have been leading agroecology for quite a long time, you are known in the public for that, but when we check online, there is little knowledge published in the area of agroecology, and the one that is published is not African. And we looked at each other, and as usual, he asks for solutions. Now, I am displaying that one. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the deals are not struck in boardrooms. They are usually finalized on cups of tea. I want to take this one as a cup of tea. That's why I'm displaying this this link here. This is our cup of tea for all of those who are in this conference and those who are online. Pick it. I'm not the one touching that one. Whoever is touching that one, you know that you are covering some important information. So that's a link to the journal approved by the university management, approved by the Senate of the university, and it is going to publish knowledge on agroecology. And if you know what agroecology is, it is a systems-wide approach. It wants to publish ideas and information that is very unique. And we want to benefit and give you an opportunity that the papers that you are going to discuss here, even when they will have been scrutinized by the conference system, once they have been uploaded to the system here, we shall subject them to peer review, so that the agroecology bit of it is very clear. I think I have displayed it long enough. It is an announcement linking us from the Vice Chancellor's communication about creating solutions, and also providing a platform for the number of citations on our work to be increased for our promotion. And if you have got it, then I can leave that one. When you get there, this is what you will find. Go to the authors. We have guidelines for authors. It is saying try again. Maybe that's the issue of internet. I'm not connected, but at least I am very sure it is there. So we have guidelines for submission. Please give us this paper and we shall give you feedback. This was the announcement, and the announcement ends here and now. Thank you very much. It is in the Faculty of Agriculture, housed under the Department of Agroecology and Natural Resources. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Most of us who are here, we have gone through struggles of publishing our papers in predatory journals. I doubt if a journal which has been projected here in a Catholic university can be predatory. So please send us your papers. I think for now it is even still free. There are no article processing charges. Doctor, are they there? Not yet. Very soon. Well, thank you very much for being patient at this time. Now we are going to be breaking up into the different sessions. The presenters for today, please take serious note so that you don't go somewhere and you end up coming back here. Some of the sessions are quite far as the... Not as far as Kayawe. I think there's a session at the low block. Dr. Mona is going to come and show us the session chairs and where we are going to be. So when you look at your session chair, you just follow the person wherever is going. Whether it's going to Masaka, we shall wish you a safe journey. Dr. Mona?
Thank you. Members' time is not on our side. We have different sub-themes. Agriculture and land use, you will remain here in the auditorium. And health sciences, health, nutrition, and food security, you will go to law block 1. We are going to invite the session chairs to come forward so that you will follow them. For those who are new in Uganda Matters University, we do not want you to get lost. So maybe those one, can you come forward right away if you are a session chair for agriculture and land use? Then session chair for health science, health, nutrition, and food security. Then we have climate resilience. Climate resilience, you will also remain here in the auditorium. Take note of that. And we have education and digital literacy. You'll go to governance boardroom. Social science, humanities, and policies, you'll go to governance boardroom. Then business, entrepreneurship, and innovation, you'll go to law block 2. Environment and sustainability, and sustainability, you'll go to law block 2. Then governance, you will proceed to governance boardroom. Can we have the session chairs forward, please? Time is not on our side. Dr. Nasimba, can you come forward? Dr. Frederick, are you there? Come forward. Dr. Dibaza, is Dibaza around? Dr. Nalela, come forward. And so, Dr. Sally, I'm getting some guidance. In the auditorium, we shall have Dr. Florence Nasimba, she's here, together with Dr. Juliet Dibaza. Is Dr. Juliet Dibaza around? Okay, if she's not there, someone will step in for her. So you'll be in charge of this room. Then law block 1. Okay, law block 1, we shall have Dr. Nalela. Kizito, where are you? Good, thank you. And law block 2, we shall have Dr. Dennis Musinguzi. Dr. Musinguzi, are you there? Dr. Dennis Musinguzi, are you there? Boardroom here, we shall have okay, is Dr. Musinguzi here? Simon Peter Musinguzi, are you there? Okay, Dr. Nyadoi, can you come forward?
sorry, we are making some last-minute discussions for rearrangement. Give us 3 minutes.
The rooms.
entrepreneurship, economy, business. Are you here? By show of hands. Yes. You go to low block, opposite where Florence, Dr. Nasimba is. The opposite room, you'll be there. Thank you so much. Please follow Dr. Nalela Kizito. Members presenting under business. Dr. Kizito, just take note that some members may be online, and we are going to sort the online audience in your team. Thank you. So, all the members remaining, you are for sub-theme 1? Any other? Yes. So, Dr. Saleh, Dr. Frederick Saleh, you are here. Session chair for this sub-theme, you are here, and we are meant to know that you have the largest online presenters. This is your place, and I think we can hand the microphone over to you. Thank you.
Yes, we stay with the dean.
The deans, yes, we are going to sort them out now because members on the subgroup 1.
Can we kindly try to come a little bit in front?
Yes, education is under humanities. That's where
Let's come in front and cover the front seat.
Principle of professorship is in the governance board. You know where it is? Yes. You know where governance board is? You are interested in it? Yes, you are here. Yes, the majority are presenting. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good afternoon, I think. Slightly there, 1 minute or around that time. Good afternoon to you and welcome to this session, the breakout session, sub-theme 1, under agriculture, land use, biodiversity, climate, environment, and sustainability. We are privileged to have a number of speakers. Please let me know if you are in the room or you'll be presenting online. We'll follow the order as presented in the program. So we'll go by that. I just want to know those who will be presenting online and those who will be physically with us in the room. Okay. For online audience, I think I was on mute, but I've now unmuted. I think I can be heard. And if we need to create any breakout, let me know, the control room, but I We will start since we're a big number and we want to go quickly. I've said we're going to follow the list, but allow me to privilege the presentation of Dr. Wachal. Comes as 1.8, but for presentation list, that presentation will come as 1.1. So from the order of presentation, we'll have 1.8 coming first, but after that, we'll follow the list as provided. So Nami Mashamira and Maisal Popa, with the impact of bundled improved agricultural technologies on food security among maize farmers in Uganda, be prepared to come next. Dr. Wachal, that's 1.8, Cosmas Wachal, John Sekajugo, and many others. The list is long. Presenting a talk on smallholder farmers' perception of soil fertility status and soil management practices in Kabawe district and Poto City, Western Uganda, will open the session for us to be the first presenters. So please, members, send your presentations to my email. Okay, ground rules about time. Standard presentations for standard conferences, 10 to 15 minutes, but if you overshoot, please don't go to 20 minutes. I'll stop you at 15 minutes. We are many, but if you can do it in 10 minutes, the better. We have 19 presentations, so that's a lot of time. If you go by 19 minutes, that's 190 minutes, and that's 3 hours. So it's quite a roll. Yeah, let's do 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes each. Please keep within time. Thank you for that communication. So please send your presentations to fsali@umu.ac.ug. All the presenters. I'll be sitting here and the presenters will be sitting next to me. So I want the presentations on my email. Will be downloading and using just this one PC, but if you want to use yours, I don't know. If you are connected, you're online, maybe you can do that, but the others, please send your work to my email, fsalis, letter F, double SALI @umu .ac.ug. Oh no, at umu. Let me get my email address correct. Yes. It's at umu.ac.ug. Okay, and then we can begin. But if Dr. Wachal, if your presentation is ready and you can use your laptop, please step forward. The floor is yours, starting at 5 minutes past midday. I hope you can be done by 15 past the hour. You're most welcome, Dr. Wachal. As he comes forward, I would want to receive the presentations from Nami Mashamira and Maisal Popat, Impact of Bundled Improved Agricultural Technologies. You'll be following next. Next will be Stephen Tuku Gatundia, Domingos Kugala, Laura Kanahanga, for opposition behavior in selected companion plants, the climate smart innovation in push-pull technology, and that will be followed by Janet Court and others, the impact of climate changes in agro-pastoral management.
Just a simple communication for the colleagues on Zoom. Can you hear us? Just by the show of hands. We have assigned the rooms. Just check where your okay. You cannot get the communication very well.
you speak to us if you have? Yeah.
Yes, can you bring one of those microphones? You have one for QMU and then one of them.
Yeah, this.
You one of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So is this still coming out?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, now we have assigned people rooms. Try to check and see where your theme belongs, and then you go to that room. I hope that communication is clear.
Yes, clear.
Yeah, just check the theme of your title where it belongs, and then join that room.
So let's get members to go there. Yeah, members in this room. Yeah, let me communicate to everyone in this room. If you want to join us online and to be part of our group, Agriculture, Land Use, Biodiversity, Climate, Environment and Sustainability, we're also moving into our breakout. So you go down where you have the 3 dots. So you click that, and then you'll see. It seems not to have gone. Our breakout is the control room. We have lost that. We had it, but it has now gone, so I didn't join it. But when you do that and it's active, you'll click join breakout room, and it will require you to join. Then we will join. It was set, but it has now. I don't know what has happened. The control room will sort us out, but that's where we will migrate to, so that we have everyone there. Okay, the control room is trying to sort us as we get set, but we have the advantage that we are on the main, so the breakouts will maybe come in after this presentation. In the interest of time, let me invite Dr. Wachal to please come forward and give us his presentation. Dr. Wachal.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator, for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all to my presentation. A very good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, my name is Cosmas Wachal, and I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Agriculture and Environment, also a soil scientist by training, as well as partly agronomy. And I'm going to present to you about the smallholder perceptions on soil fertility status, and then how do they relate these perceptions to the management that they adopt in the Western Uganda. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I have to put a disclaimer before the presentation. I'm not by training and research, I normally don't do a lot of socioeconomic surveys or what we call the constructivism or interpretivism of research paradigm. But I'm more positioned towards the positivism. That means I deal a lot with the experiments, so in case you see some other kind of things that are not working out well, please just know that. But you know, as we're going towards interdisciplinary research, so you need to also have that kind of skills. That's why I chose to do this kind of study. So I'm going to talk about this, and let me just rush direct to issues of soil. Okay, now in Uganda, most of us know that we have always been holding a perception that soils are fertile. Even when you look at our national anthems, we always talk about fertile soils, by sun and fertile soils that will grow. But the reverse is getting through. Things are changing. So we have issues of soil fertility, which is not only a concern in Uganda, it's always a concern in African soils, where fertility of the soils are getting lost. And these losses are actually threatening production of crops, leading to yield declines. And yet, most of us in Africa, we depend on agriculture. Most of us, over 60%, especially in Uganda, that we derive our livelihood from agriculture. But when productivity of soils reduce, as evidenced by the losses in nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium in the soils, then we get into the problem of lower yields that are significantly below the potential yields of major crops. So what do we have to do? We always have to look for ways of reversing some of these. But of course, as agriculturists and as researchers, we always know that farmers tend to underestimate the role of soil fertility declines. Like just at the beginning I mentioned, we normally treat our soils to be very fertile. Everywhere you go, you say, oh, we have fertile soils. But this is not the case. Things are changing. So, if the farmers who take that the soils are fertile, normally they attribute the yield losses to drought, issues of pests and diseases, poor seed qualities, and then even weak agronomic practices. They will always believe these are the causes of yield declines. And yet, we have that whole kind of issues of fertility. So we have a number of technologies that have been promoted. People always promote things like contour plowing among those altitudinal areas, especially in southwestern Uganda, eastern Uganda, where there are highlands and we have issues with soil erosion. So you tend to find a lot of terraces being promoted, mulching, application of even organic fertilizers, as well as other agroecological practices that tend to improve soils. Unfortunately, adoption of these practices still remain low. If you go out to the communities, we talk about this mulching here in the university, we talk about intercropping, crop rotation, but when you go out there, none of the farmers are practicing that, especially in Ugandan case. So, the adoptions always remain very low, including even chemical fertilizers or fertilizers that farmers put in order to replenish nutrients. Always very low, and then we always see those poor yields of crops. And of course in Uganda, most of us depend on these cereals, like maize, beans. Now when the yields are very low, this always translates into low incomes for the farmers, and also even low food availability, meaning there will be issues of food insecurity, which is always a concern in our farming communities. So we try to always look at how can we understand some of these things of the perceptions. Now in our study, because we have known that a number of studies have been conducted, people always go out there, pick adoption. They'll go and find out adoption of maybe intercropping, adoption of maybe mulching, or any other agroecological practices. But none of these studies have focused on understanding the perception. For instance, if a farmer perceives that my soils are less fertile, which particular practice can that farmer adopt in order to come up with the measures of reversing infertility? So this is what we are looking at. We want to see how do those perceptions influence the particular adoption of the practices. So in this study, we wanted to see that perception of the current soil fertility conditions in Western Uganda, and then also look at the perceived causes of fertility decline, as well as the yields of crops. And then also look at how do this perception shape the adoption of a particular set of soil fertility management practice. So the study was conducted in southwestern Uganda, and we did a case study of Kabarole district and Fort Portal city, which is found in the western part of the country, next to the mountain resorting. And we used the cross-sectional study design, a survey design, where we had to use questionnaires for individual farmers, visit them, and then also assess their farmlands, understand what kind of practices do they do. That means we did field observations. And the sample size we used was about 384, given from when you determine samples of an infinite population. But you don't know the population, so you need to use this croquant. So we use this, and then we scale down to 300 because of logistical constraints and other factors. Now, we did that analysis, but the most important thing, because we wanted to look at the predictors of the adoption of the practices. If a farmer is using this, which kind of perception, or the perception and the adoption of the specific practice. Now here, because we used the perception on soil fertility status, which was more of taking a dichotomous angle, meaning there are two different, we have only two answers. Either the farmer perceives that the soil is declining in fertility, or the farmer perceives the soil is okay and it's perhaps improving in fertility. And then these were our independent variables: conservation tillage, manure application, agroforestry, mulching, terracing, contour plowing, chemical fertilizers application, intercropping, cover cropping, vegetative strips, or trenches. And of course, if you're having a dichotomous kind of dependent variable, we have to go for what we call the binary logistic model. And in this model, we had this: the dependent variable was the perception, and then other factors were put in. So, going to... Right, you can't get me? Can I unmute? Okay.
Unmute.
All right. I thought you were still in the other room. Okay, thank you so much. I hope now you can get me. So, looking at the results, now these are basically social, should have been social demographics and the farm characteristics. Most of our respondents were female, but this was closely almost gender balanced, 45 and 56. And then most of these respondents were found to rely entirely on farming, which is the case in most of our farming communities in Uganda. So we find mostly people, the smallholder farmers, they have that as their occupation, and then the female take normally the highest population in terms of contributing in terms of labor in the farming. And from here, we can think that most of because the women and youth normally dominate the agricultural systems or agricultural production, especially in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, including Uganda. Now, going into just a minute. Okay. Yeah, going into the major crops that these farmers were producing, we realized that the bananas and the maize, cassava, and then beans, these are the key food security crops that most of these farmers engaged in as annual crops. But of course, when you look at the yields, most of them perceive that the yields of these crops are reducing compared to the potential yield. So that means there is a serious crisis that they understand, okay, yields reduce, right? But how do you relate now that yield decline? Now, in most cases, the farmers were saying the soil exhaustion is happening, or soil declining in terms of fertility. Then some of these are coming as a result of soil erosion. Given that southwestern Uganda and western Uganda, normally they are mountainous areas or hilly areas where erosion is a serious thing. And then also others were attributing the yield losses to the drought that comes in. And but that didn't take a higher percentage. But mostly soil erosion, issues of exhaustion, especially continuous cultivation. Most of them were cultivating the fields. every season the same field is cultivated without fallow periods. Now this really still aligns very well to the causes of low productivity of agriculture, especially in Ugandan case. Now, looking at the perception of soil fertility status, it was very, very clear that the farmers believed most of their soils are declining. This took over 80% of the responses, or close to 77% of the respondents. They believe that the soils are declining in fertility, whereas the rest now believe that, okay, soils are okay, our soils are okay. And this is true if you go to southwestern Uganda, you also go to the western part of the country where we have undersoils, the black soils. Normally, there are some portions of land that are under black soils, and then you get some of the lands are under what we call feral soils, the reddish-brown soils. And that's the case in Kabarole district. Not all the soils are black. So some farmers who are blessed with the black soils, they believe that the soil is okay, but there are few farmers who are benefiting from that. Now, of all those causes of soil fertility losses, continuous cropping came up as number one. Now, looking at the practices that they were adopting, most of them were going into conservation agriculture or conservation tillage, manure application, and then also mulching. That took the highest percent in terms of the practices that they adopted. And these are some of the practices. You can see some trenches, which were very few farmers were doing this. Now, interestingly, somebody would think conservation tillage is something that has not been well adopted in Uganda. But if you go to farming communities, the smallholder farmers, basically the ones growing bananas in the let's say in the Toro region or in the Kabarole districts, you'll find most farmers do not do weeding, they do not do tillage of this land. They keep it under conservation practices. And that's why you can see this percentage went higher, because most of these farmers are growing this kind of bananas. And then they do, a few of them will adopt trenches to cut off the speed of runoff of water, so that it increases infiltration, reduces erosion. And then some were doing mulching. Now, looking at the predictor variables, if a farmer believes that the soil is decreasing in fertility, which type of practice is it likely to adopt? We ran that regression model and found that the conservation tillage and the application of manure very well could give us a prediction that these farmers are going to adopt it if they believe their soil fertility is losing productivity, or the soils have lost productivity. So we now say that farmers who perceive declining soil fertility, they are likely to adopt conservation tillage and the application of manure. And these are actual practices that are very important in improving soil physical properties and even the chemical properties. And from us, we could conclude that a farmer who believes the soil is reducing will always be using manure. Or if you walked out and went into that community, before the farmer is using manure, you would believe that this farmer has thought, has known, has understood that fertility is decreasing. Now, on the other hand, we found the chemical fertilizers. Farmers use chemical fertilizers and intercropping. These ones already believe their soils are okay. And it's always true. If somebody is using a lot of chemical fertilizers continuously, will always not be saying that my soils have already lost fertility. No. You will always believe that, okay, my soils are somehow fine. But the reason is using some of these practices. And that is what we observed in that study. And we can conclude that farmers who believe soil fertility has significantly reduced are most likely to adopt manure and conservation tillage under this context in our study. And then farmers who believe that the soils are still okay, some of them, because perhaps they used fertilizers, inorganic fertilizers at some points, and it raised up fertility, and then they have good practices in their fields, including other organic amendments, then they will believe that they will take that portion. So we believe that some of these studies can be validated. If somebody perceives soil is declining, but you don't have laboratory analysis, then that sometimes may not help us to link science plus the perception. So we believe further studies can go into doing that, picking those soil samples and then understand that. And then also support systems in terms of policies can come in, the extension support systems can come and help these farmers to scale up adoption of these important practices. So I want to thank you so much, and this study was supported by Mountains of the Mon University Research and Innovation Funds, and also we thank Uganda Matters University for organizing all this platform for researchers to share knowledge together. So I want to thank you so much for listening, and if you have any questions, they are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Please a hand of applause for him. Thank you, Dr. Wachal. We'll reserve the questions for the 5 presentations because we have about 20, so we'll make 5, then we have questions. Okay, so keep note of the questions, and after 5 presenters, then we can take the questions both online and in the room. So please, can we invite the next presenter? This is Dr. Cosmas Wachal. Dr. Wachal is the name of the presenter. So next we would be having Shamira, but she has requested that she comes next. We are following the list strictly. The next presenter should be Stephen Tuku, but I've not yet seen their presentation. I don't know if they are online or they are with us here. So the presenter for fall armyworm oviposition behavior in selected companion plants, a climate smart innovation in push-pull technology. The papers by Stephen Tuku Gatundia, Domingos Kugala, and Laura Kanhanga. If you're with us here or if you're online, make yourself present. I see Stephen Tuku is online. Are you in the room? If you're in the room, please show us your hand. If you're not in the room, can you unmute and speak to us, Stephen? Yes, we can hear you. Maybe the control room can give us maybe, can use the mic, the speaker system, the sound system, so we can have a bigger voice. Is that okay? Okay? Yeah, he's speaking. Speak. Continue speaking, Stephen. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay,
And you have 10 minutes. We can see your screen. Please continue with your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, researchers, and everyone good morning from Mozambique and good afternoon from Uganda. My name is Stephen Tuku, and I'm going to do a presentation based on assessment of forum with political preference on selected plants, conservation of push-pull technology. This study was done in guidance of my supervisor, who I do not Uganda, and also from Dr. Kanya. This informative medical outline, and in the introduction, maize has been one of the most important crops, and also in Africa, maize is important crop. Maize has been known to be so versatile and has been used as a food crop for humans and also livestock feed and also some industrial products. And under human end, maize has undergone various needs and also natural selection. And the recent training activities. However, the importance of maize is set by priority and also other factors. The most important emergency of the forum
members of the room, can you unmute? Connected to Zoom. One of the tools is
crops, including maize, cotton, cocoa, and others. The first is native, complementary, environmental, promote stability, and have high ability for advocacy and environmental pollution, also the effect of non-target natural and by this movement also to that distance and also this hazard to human health. In this sense, it's of interest in the integrated pest management framework. And this, we are looking for solutions that we can apply to bring sustainable control of pollen, as well as maintaining the threshold, the threshold being low. In this context, within the integrated pest management, it's proposed system method, which essentially works on volatile organic compounds, whereby it may use it across plants, which are believed to have volatile organic compounds that can return the pollen mold, and also there's another crop that can be planted together as a border, which can be used as a secondary crop to attract the mold away from the maize. It's approved that works. However, the adoption of this method is mainly needed in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and less limited in some parts of Africa and sub-Saharan countries. In this context, techniques bring more candidates on board, and therefore brought parsley, coriander, and also mint, which are known plants have the volatile organic compound and pest, if they can work with this to address the same issue. The problem had to be addressed with the mandate objective, which was to assess the social difference on selecting immediate companion plants for protected electrons to 60% for farm. This was answered in one specific objective, which is to assess farm weight of difference on mint, basil, and coriander. This work was done in the laboratory. The work was done in the Faculty of Agriculture and Forest Engineering in Jordan University, in the Doctor of Entomology. And upon had various plants whereby pollen were collected from spring seeds and then layered to maize plants and were reared until the patient medical test. The plants also need basil, as you can see in the picture, and also coriander and mint. As best plants in this method. Looking at the methodology, the form of difference was done in two scenarios. One scenario of one choice and the other one of two choices. In each scenario, there was 30 days plants. The plants were planted in potted protein. And one choice was done with 2 million females, which were 4 days old, and which had needed for 24 hours in advance. Also, 10% hand solution was provided as a supplement for food. And the opposition behavior of adults, this experiment was done to test the opposition behavior of adults for and the opposition which are needed either single plant species, which is the test plant, or the cage wall, which is in this case was served as a control. In two choice, the scenario was done within 4 minutes females, and there was introduction of a male plant within the specific test plant. And this was done to gain further insight into the reproductive behavior of adult pheromone when presented in 2 different plants. So it was just done to see which choice would be favorable for the pheromone and also take any effect on the repellent plant. The 2 variables which were collected here is the estimated number of eggs and also the number of egg masses. The data collected was analyzed. The one choice was analyzed using a CSV test or Nixon test and adoption provided. And the 2 choice data was done on 1 way and normal. And where the needs were different were provided using the 2-piece test. Well, the result of the no-choice test, in all the tests, vaccine had highest number of eggs and also highest number of egg masses. Coriander, in the coriander phylloxera, the moths prefer to deposit most of their eggs in the cage walls, and also similarly to the egg masses were high in the cage wall. And similarly to meat phylloxera, the number of eggs were high in the cage wall also, as well as the egg masses. The 2 choice tests were made was introduced to each specific one choice. Maize was to preferred in both basil and coriander phylloxera, but interestingly in the meat phylloxera, most preferred to impose it on the cage wall. Similarly, with the mean number of eggs, mean number of egg masses, it was high on maize, on the basil and coriander, and also meat and maize, it was high on the cage wall. So on the discussion, the opposition happened in all the treatment plants as well as the inactivated plants. However, basil among the test plants, basil showed high in position preferences, followed by coriander, while meat was left to showing that basil and coriander can be also potential host for the forum. The introduction of maize resulted in high in position preference than all the test plants. Despite the meat phylloxera showing high preference for forum on maize, and also affirming that maize is the most preferred plant for the forum. But for the meat phylloxera, the outlet composition is made in comparison with coriander and basil phylloxera. So it had some effect in the evolution of the maize plant. This can be the preference on maize and also basil and coriander can be explained in the different performance hypotheses, which was developed and the scientists argue out that the female moths composite or may lay their eggs in where they know that their progeny will survive in terms of reproduction, mating, and also survival. However, this may not stand out, but some studies also have reported the preference on ovulation does not define the level of performance in Colombo. Within the current study, the model organic compounds were produced by means of mental and monotherapy could have respected, they could have reduced the opposition effect of maize. And therefore we conclude in the result we study that through the screening and verification of different plants is crucial for modeling and diversifying a push-pull technology option. And the current study established various effects among the test plants and many possible strategic inappropriate synergy among the test plants. And the study concludes this as a viable candidate as a reference crop in push-pull technology. And with that, there's the recommendation. The study recommends for further tests of this plant, which include the atomic study, in ascertain and represent the referencing nature of this plant furthermore. Also, the study recommends that the investigation of the viability of the test crop and integration of promising defense plans, business plans, development management, and do some cost-benefit analysis to see whether it's sustainable. Ecological interaction in terms of the natural ecosystem and also the parasites and natural enemies, and most importantly, the farmers' knowledge and the farmers' perception of these plants. They need to know whether they know them, or they don't know them, or the kind of perception they have with these plants. With this, I did want to acknowledge the University of Development Learning for helping me carry on this study, and also the one group, that group, and within the Center of Excellence and Agri-Food System and Nutrition. These are some of the references on the study. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Stephen. A round of applause for Stephen. I particularly like the preference performance hypothesis. Please develop it further and maybe explain it better. It will give you very interesting findings. Thank you. Please, members, remember to keep note of your questions and comments. They'll come after the fifth presenter, after every fifth presenter. Now we are done with two presenters. We have three more. Then we can open for questions and comments. So please join me. We welcome Namuima Shamira, together with Maisal Popa, with the presentation on impact of bundled improved agriculture technologies on food security among maize farmers in Uganda. Shamira, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning everyone. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Shamira. Please share your presentation. The members in the room will follow you and those online.
Okay, yeah, so I'll be sharing my topic. I'm talking about the impact of bundled improved agriculture technologies on food security, particularly in Uganda. And we are two authors, the other author is my supervisor. So to start with, food security is still a severe and growing global crisis, and from the statistics, Africa bears the heaviest burden with a large percentage of people facing severe hunger. Uganda is not an exception from this. According to the Global Hunger Index, it was also recorded to be in the category of serious hunger, with about 30% of the households facing food insecurity. One of the solutions that has been found to combat this problem is enhancing or improving agricultural productivity, and this likely employs over 70% of the population. When it comes to maize, maize is one of our popular and our staple foods that people use to survive in the country and also for other businesses to get money. So it is considered as a food security crop according to the Uganda National Development Plan, and it constitutes over 40% of the current intake. So improving agricultural productivity involves using the technologies that have been brought up to enhance the yields that are being gotten by the farmers, and this includes seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and others. But for this particular study, we are focusing on only these three. So our problem statement, it says that despite the fact that these improved agricultural technologies have been found to improve agricultural productivity and so combat the issue of food insecurity, in Uganda most of the smallholder farmers adopt this and they use limited quantities compared to the quantities that are being promoted or advised by the extension people or by the researchers. Most of the studies that have been carried out in line or similar to this, most of them consider a binary approach. They mostly classify farmers as adopters or non-adopters, and this ignores the intensity of use. For example, two farmers may be adopting the same thing, for example, let's say improved seeds, but one just uses maybe
Shamira,
1 kilogram of those improved seeds per acre, which is not needed rate. So the intensity of the impact that is created. So in this study, we are focusing on more than much are put together because. Hello?
Yeah, Shamira, sorry, we seem to lose you at some point, but now you can continue.
Okay, thank you so much. So the other thing is most of the studies have a heavy reliance on cross-sectional data. So cross-sectional data cannot really give us a picture of the dynamic and long-term nature of this adoption and its impact because it's just a snapshot in time. So this study addresses these gaps by considering first the intensity of use and then focusing on more than one technology and also using panel data. So this study is based on a non-separable agricultural household model, and this is because in concern with maize farming, most households in Uganda are based on rain-fed system, or they don't choose. Most of them choose the irrigation methods that we know for maize, and so this makes them to be in a position whereby they cannot make production decisions separate from the consumption decisions. These decisions are intertwined, and so this leads us to use this model, and it also accounts for the imperfect markets, which is the system that is actually occurring in Uganda. The labor, credit, and inputs market is really imperfect, and this is combined with the innovation diffusion theory that tells us that technology adoption is not a one-time thing. It is like a learning curve. We keep on learning from what the past experience really determines what you will adopt in future, and the experience you get from behind, you bring it forward to make decisions. So our research objectives, the general objective was to map adoption trends. We identified factors that influence the intensity of use, and also to quantify what would be the impact of this intensity on the food security. Specific objectives were three. First of all, we characterize the trends in adoption of the improved agricultural bundles, and then also we assess the factors that affecting the intensity of adoption of these bundles, and we quantified the impact of adoption of these bundles on food security. So our study area was Uganda with a focus on maize-growing households. We used secondary data considering 3 waves or 3 years. Putting it in mind that Uganda has 12 agricultural seasons per year, so these were 6 seasons. And the unit that was considered was household. So for objective 1,
Sorry,
we
Shamira.
focused on...
Sorry to interject.
Hello?
Hello, if you can
Yes.
step up the speed a little, we are getting a bit of strain on time, so please step up the speed.
Okay.
Move a little faster.
So for objective 1, we use the first order Markov analysis to get the transition probabilities. And then for objective 2, we use the panel fractional probability model. And for objective 3, we use the fixed stroke random effects based on the Holzman test that told us which would be the best estimator. So based on our results, it showed that non-adopters consistently constituted the vast majority across the board. Most of the households did not adopt any of these bundles. Our first bundle was improved seeds only. And then the second bundle we had if you're adopting improved seeds and fertilizers, or adopting improved seeds and pesticides. And then also the fruit bundle by adopting all the 3 technologies. So the results showed that it's true, past adoption strongly predicts future adoption, because it showed that most of the households that were non-adopters in the previous seasons would actually persistently remain non-adopters even in the next periods. So adoption was not often sustained. We realized that most of the adopters in, say, a certain season 1 will become non-adopters in the next season, and that would need to be researched on to see why most of the people that actually adopt end up going back to non-adoption. So this was our transition probability matrix, and yeah, it was informing us on how many people move from non-adoption to other bundles within the period, how many move from only improved seeds to other bundles, how many move from full adopters to other bundles. And as you can look at the numbers, they really show that most of the people were reverting back to non-adoption. So on our objective 2, saying what are the factors that are determining this adoption intensity, we realized that gender came out as one of the factors. Male-headed households had significantly higher adoption intensity, and this was linked on reasons that even literature has, that maybe most of these have access to various resources. Also, extension services came out, gave us a strong positive effect across bundles, showing that people that actually receive extension services are able to intensify their use of these improved agriculture technologies. And also regions, it showed that there are differences in regions, like for example, people that are in Central actually taking up these technologies more than people in the north and other regions. Our third objective, it showed a positive and significant effect for the food consumption score, showing that people that had high adoption intensity showed that it actually improves dietary diversity and overall food quality. And for the food expenditure share, which was also one of our measures of food security, it showed a negative and significant impact. So overall, these results actually showed us that adopting more than one improved technology bundle leads to a bigger impact than just adopting one. However, we realize that many of the households go back to non-adoption, and this may be because of the sustainability, because most of the households that are adopting are being supported by programs, and then when the programs phase out, these people are no longer able to adopt. So in conclusion, that is it. Most of the people in Uganda actually not adopting these technologies. They are trying as much as possible, but there are factors that are pulling them back to non-adoption. So the recommendations, one, we identify that maybe policy should be shifting from promoting only single technology, say improved seeds, to maybe telling these farmers that we actually need to adopt more than one. However much there are constraints that are making these farmers not actually adopt these things. My acknowledgements go to the Uganda Matters University for this conference, and then also acknowledging my scholarship, TAFSA, and then also University, Eduardo Mondlane. And thank you so much for your attention. This brings us to the end of this presentation.
Thank you so much, Shamira. A round of applause for her. Thank you. We want to move a little quicker. We don't have time. So next presenters, you'll use strictly 10 minutes, starting with Jen, who is coming next, and then Stephen, or Leonard, Opoke. So can we welcome Jane Akot, who is going to talk about the impact of changes in agro-pastoral management systems on ecological resilience, epigenetic adaptations and agricultural productivity under variable climate, Karamoja, northeastern Uganda. Jane, the floor is yours. Sorry, someone is sharing. I cannot share if someone else is sharing. Okay, Shamira, okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm called Jane Akot. I'm a PhD student. I'm doing research on the impacts of changes in agro-pastoral landscape, management systems on ecological resilience, epigenetic adaptations, and agricultural productivity under variable climatic conditions in northeastern Uganda, which is Karamoja. There's an error there, so please ignore. So I'm the principal investigator, and I have 3 supervisors. Nina Pius is one of my supervisors. I think he's right here. And then 2 of my supervisors are in Italy. That is where I'm studying. That is the University of Cattolica, based in Italy. Yeah, so agro-pastoralism integrates both crops and livestock, and it covers 40% of total land area globally. It supports over 200 billion people globally. However, the impacts of climate change is affecting the agro-pastoral landscape with a high level of degradation, limited livestock adaptation, water scarcity, and so on. So what are the current adaptation mechanisms? Agro-pastoralists always use traditional mobility to adapt to the effects of climate change, as in like they move from one place to another. And then they are also trying to adapt climate smart technologies. However, the current shift from the traditional mobility to a more sedentarized production system puts the agro-pastoral landscape in a state whereby it makes adaptations to the current effects of climate change becomes difficult. So in Karamoja, there's quite a number of research done on how these people are adapting to the effects of climate change. But many scholars identified a high level of land degradation, soil fertility reduction, and reduction in agricultural productivity, as you've seen from those scholars. So why am I doing this research? My intention is to understand comprehensively how we can turn this system to become more resilient. However, there is already divided perception on the current practices, as other people are trying to say that mobility causes more degradation. Other scholars are arguing that actually it is the sedentary system which is causing more degradation. So I've been doing a lot of research to understand exactly which practice is which. So research has been done on pastures, diversity, management system, how they can improve on productivity and so on. But my intention is to try to understand the key practices under the different systems, how it can improve the pasture quality, but also I intend to link the variables to animal adaptation and also the productivity outcomes. For example, here I'm looking at the animal itself, how can it adapt physiologically, and how can those physiological attributes can lead into productivity outcomes like milk yield and so on. So such informations are still lacking. And also coming to genetic diversity, which is the foundation in agriculture, because the more diverse an animal is in terms of the gene, the more productive it can be. So I'm also curious on the genetic aspect, the diversity of the genetic capacity of those livestock. So as I tried also searching for information about the existing research or previous research done on genetic diversity, especially in Karamoja, there are few studies done in these areas. So it's also one of the interesting area for me to explore and know the current state of diversity and also how we can use the existing data to predict what may happen maybe in 10 years to come. And then another interesting aspect is the epigenetic aspect. As in, like, you know, everything is not controlled by genes. An animal or maybe a crop species could be rich in the genetic diversity, but sometimes the performance of these genes can be determined by several factors, the management practices, and even the kind of feeds the animal eats and so on. So these kind of studies have not yet been explored. Here in Uganda, I came across 2 articles, and all of them were targeting other districts, and they excluded Nakapiripirit and Moroto, where I would like to do my research. And also, the current models are more specific on the practices, the direct implications of the practices, rather than the future implications. So my intention here, I would like to know beyond what is now. I would like to use the current data to predict what could happen maybe in the future with the current trend and so on. So here are the conceptual frameworks. I may not really take much time on it. So those are the dependent and the independent variables and the extraneous variables. So I intend to do more on the characteristics, to learn more on the characteristics of the gene, the genetic makeups of the animals, especially the allele characteristics and also the heterozygosity and so on. And then the methylation patterns, as in like the abnormalities that may exist in the genes, and then comparing the current and also using the current data to predict what kind of animals or what kind of, or maybe phenotypic characteristic we may see in animals in few years to come, or maybe in some years to come. And then I also look at the morphometric data such as the yield, the weight, and then I will correlate the information to the physiological characteristics of the animals. So what are the objectives? These are our objectives. The first one, I intend to know how the practices can impact on the pasture quality. And then I want to know how the pasture quality can enhance the modifications at cellular level, especially how the genes functions. And then also to predetermine how likelihood can these genes be transferred from one generation to another, something like that. And then I also intend to characterize the genetic diversity in the livestock. And then I will use the current data to predict how the future may look. So these are the intended methodologies. The study is going to be carried out, actually it is being carried out in Karamoja, Moroto and Akipiliprit. That is the characteristics of the climate, soil type, land features. So I intend to ask questions from respondents, the owner of the animals, and at least adults. And then the livestock I intend to use should be adults, at least 3 years. And I'm going to collect samples from 40 animals, 20 female, 20 male. And then for the pastures, I'm going to collect samples from 50 points. And then I'm also going to collect data from key informants, so that at the end of the day, I triangulate those information and I get something which may not mislead my models. And then the design, cross-sectional, comparative, longitudinal, and then the major sampling techniques are the purposive and then random. The results, I do not yet have results, so I relied on the literatures. I'm yet to collect my data, so those are the preliminary results I could talk about, because my results may not be far from people's research. So right now, many researchers say the productivity of agropastoral landscape is highly dependent on management practices. And I can agree with this, because the way we manage resources, the way we control livestock, maybe the number of animals within a particular area, and also the breeding aspect and so on. So all those can determine the productivity of the practices. But then some scholars also say those practices are determined by policies, resource governance, culture, and so on. And this I think this one, to me, I think based on experience, my results may not be far from this, because even the current land use policies, people are like privatizing land and so on. But on the other hand, there are some cultures which are still encouraging like traditional system in governance, whereby different clans knows when to release animals to go and graze where. So it also affects how the grazing intensities are controlled and so on. And then mobility is gradually, the mobility pattern is increasingly transitioning to sedentary system. People who used to move so much, these days they are trying to settle in one place. However, they are constrained, and they are experiencing crisis in terms of access to pastures and so on. But also other scholars are saying the communal access of natural resources should be, the management perspective should be changed from communal to maybe private kind of ways of managing, because people will not take care of resources once they are not like accountable, and it makes control over how they are used, how the benefits are derived, difficult. My time is up, so these are the preliminary results that I found from many authors, and I think my results may not be far from this. So majorly, those are the key epigenetics results. This one I found it from one article, Wang. So all these results I found from one article, just so it was kind of a comprehensive research done on how epigenetics can affect the genetic makeups of an animal. You can see the methylation, the results, how they can limit or enhance gene expression and so on, which at the end of the day can affect the productivity outcomes in terms of the kilogram of the animal, the milk yield, and so on and so on. So my time is up. Maybe I would love to receive questions, and I would love also to hear more, especially on my methodology, because I'm yet to start collecting my data, and your comments will guide me how best I can move forward with this research. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, for that wonderful presentation, and wish you good luck as you prepare to undertake the study, but it seems to be a good start from the look of things. So next we'll invite a presentation from Leonard Onyebuchi Opoke, talking about assessing the impact of climate change on agricultural productivity in Uganda, a multidisciplinary analysis using secondary data. I don't know if Leonard is online. Let me stop sharing and check if Leonard is online. Are you there, Leonard? And if you're there, yes, you're there. Can you unmute and please go forward with your presentation? Leonard Onyebuchi Opoke, we are waiting for you. You seem not to be unmuting. Please open your mic and talk to us. Leonard Onyebuchi Opoke, it is your turn. Good afternoon, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to present my paper. I have the honor to address this panel today based on the review I have done so far. Let me share my slide.
And please,
can you see my slide?
Not yet, yes, the slide has come, but please remember to use 10 minutes. You're starting at 15 past the hour. Please go to 25 past the hour. Good luck.
All right, Doctor. Thank you so much. So I was able to assess the impact of climate change on agricultural productivity in Uganda. I use a multidisciplinary analysis to analyze data using secondary data sources. My mode of presentation will focus only on the introduction, the themes that focus on my study, 3 of them, the materials and methods used for collecting the data, the summary of the key findings, and conclusion will surface. Overall, we look at it. Is a major backbone of Uganda, and it contributes approximately 24% of the GDP. And when you look at also the population, over the 70% of the population depends on this, and agricultural domain employs these people. So the impact on climate change threatens agricultural productivity, and due to this, we are seeing rising temperature and the erratic rainfall patterns in Uganda. This has challenged the food security of this nation and the rural livelihood of people. And how does it make these people vulnerable? Climate change has exposed us to become vulnerability to a lot of things. And when we look at Africa, from the IPCC findings, Uganda is not excluded, and that's vulnerability. And the reliance on rain-fed agriculture for them to practice agriculture, you find there is low yield and limited adaptive capacity based on those. When we look in the different regions where this study were picked from different sources. And also, we look at the socioeconomic challenges where poverty is increasing because of limited access to technology, where some other people are not having what it requires. So we have the knowledge and the theories being written, but the implementation of these SDGs has not been concretely integrated into the system. And those who have inadequate infrastructures to carry on agricultural production on a large scale, making it more difficult for them to practice agriculture. And the major things that I looked at the impact. I looked at the impact of the climate change on agricultural productivity. Also, I looked at the adequate strategies to be adopted, and lastly, the role of technology on enhancing agricultural productivity in Uganda. So, in my methodology or materials I use an analytical framework to analyze the multidisciplinary.
Sorry, Leonard. Sorry to interject. Sorry, Leonard. Can you make your presentation maximum? Go into presentation mode and make your presentation large enough for everyone to see. Thank you.
Can you see it now?
Yes, now it looks good. Please continue.
So, this is the approach, as I've said, multidisciplinary approaches. You can be able to see the environmental aspect being integrated, economic aspect, and agricultural studies, and this is using the qualitative and quantitative assessment of secondary data. Then the sources which are used to measure the secondary sources, which came from the government reports, agricultural reports, and also climate databases and academic literature from Uganda National Meteorology Authority and the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. This study also is having some limitations because all the data were collected reliably on the secondary data sources, not primary data sources. And these gaps will be looked at in both the localized impact information, which may be left out as a result of this. So, my key findings, on the first one, I have them in three phases based on the theme number 1, impact of climate change. Then we look at the impact it has on crop yield. You can see that there is significant relations between climate change and the yields in Uganda because, for example, 50% decrease in maize yields with 2 degrees Celsius temperature rise, and also we have also seen 30% decrease in yield over the past decade due to inconsistent rain patterns. When also we look at the effect on farming practices, the farmers modifying cropping calendars and diversifying crops have been also seen as the major themes that sub-themes that arise from this, because most of the farmers are trying now to see what can work. Sometimes they find that what they have planted is being destroyed by drought or excess rainfall that comes as emergency, not just on the normal calendar of the rain of Uganda. So adoption of drought-resistant varieties is what was called for to mitigate this impact. Then on the livelihood of rural communities, we have seen that there is an increase of food insecurity because 3.5 million facing severe food insecurity in Uganda is really a great impact of climate change. And those causes economic strain leading to 25% decrease in economic activities and for the agricultural households in Uganda, whereby you can plant and you find you don't make any return. And some of them, according to the report I read here in details, showing that these farmers can predict but the result which comes as a result of climate change differs to regions, both in the west, in the north, the regions varies, and these are really causing a lot of havoc to the farmers practicing farming. So when we look at another theme, adaptive strategies employed by farmers in practice, traditional practices we have seen intercropping and agroforestry, whereby they intercrop to help produce more, continue to help the land to in fertilization, also to help the land regain its fertility, not just exhaustion. So they intercrop the practices they use to help regenerate the land fertility or soil fertility. Then modern technologies and applications for weather forecasts, that's what I found from the Uganda Meteorological Authority, to help to know whether there will be rain or no rain. So it's adopted but not yet measured at the access to those in the local rural areas, which is one of the challenges I've noted here, that limited access to technology and resources. The third theme I looked at under this study, the role of technology. So integration of technology in Uganda to adopt drought-resistant seeds has also been impactful, as we have seen improved cassava varieties shows a 40% increase in productivity in drought-prone areas. Also, mobile application for weather forecast and agricultural devices. Farmers using technologies reported 20% increase in yields due to better planning. Though it also faces challenges, which has also opportunities to be faced. And this is limited access to technology, which the farmers cried out, especially in remote areas, and need for infrastructure development and education to enhance technology adoption in farming. So, what is the policy implication of this paper? One, invest in agricultural research and development is one of the key areas that I advise the key stakeholders to look at. Also, focus on climate resilient crops and sustainable farming practices in Uganda can also enhance the farmers who are practicing agriculture to know the better ways of doing things. So the last one is improving access to technology and financial support for farmers, not only to sustain people, but also to improve the community lives. We need to sensitize these people by also giving them the infrastructure they need and the financial support they need to carry out agriculture on a large scale and also benefit the country, as the food security of the country depends on these particular areas or sector. of our life. So it drives the economy, also drives the population's livelihood. Then in conclusion, my study shows that there is urgency to address climate changes in the agricultural sector to improve productivity. Next, there is need for international collaboration for sustainable practices, because we cannot say people the ability to practice sustainability or to practice climate issues and strategies when those in the city are not doing the same. So you find the implementation processes are different. Each institution is implementing what they understand or what they feel is in their own interest. So when we are implementing different such collaboration, then we shall be affected by these climate issues, because we're not fighting uniformly. Then the last one is the importance of enhancing resilience in rural communities. These people need to be sensitized how to use it, how to adopt it. There is no way we can do inclusivity when we remove the community or the major people who benefit from this, and this is civil society. They need to be sensitized or conscientize the impact of climate change and how to go about it. So, take home, as I end my presentation, I encourage all of us who have come to this day to know that it's all affecting each one of us in different ways. Whether you're not a farmer, it will affect you, because even the price of goods or services that is being rendered to the community will be high. So we need to know that agriculture takes a state and food security is a state. So in the face of climate change, the resilience of our agricultural system will determine the future of food security and the livelihood of millions of Ugandans. Together, we must innovate, adapt, and act to ensure a sustainable future for all. That's the end of my presentation, and thank you all for listening.
Okay. Thank you so much, Leonard. A round of applause for him, of course. Yes, he deserves it. Well done, and thank you for keeping time. We say we stop at 1:25, and you have managed exactly that. And please keep it up. It's a good practice to really stay within time, and you don't need too many reminders to go through your slides. So excellent. Now we open up to the audience, both our online audience and the physical audience here present. So I'm suggesting we begin with those who are in the room. And those online, please keep your questions and comments for the five presenters. We had Dr. Wachal going first with his presentation on perceptions of soil fertility status and soil management practices in Kabarole. Our second presenter talked about fall armyworm of oviposition behavior in selected companion plants. That was Stephen. Our third presenter was Shamira, who talked about impact of bundled improved agricultural technologies on food security. The fourth was Jane Akot, who talked about the impact of changes in agro-pastoral management systems. And the fifth has been Leonard Onyebuchi, who's talked about the impact of climate change on agricultural productivity in Uganda. So please, if you have a question or comment, you put your hand up, I bring the mic, or the mic is being brought to you. We'll begin with you. Two more in the room, maybe. Yes, there is one hand there. And the last one, want at least three, please, the third one, then we'll go to the online, then the third is here. Okay, please make it brief and clear. Thank you.
I don't know if I can stand well here. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Osbat Kamjira. I'm a student of agriculture here in Yato. My first question goes to Dr. Cosmas Wachal, who was the first presenter. He was presenting, there is a comment I got, and it clicked my mind very much. You said that one of the major problems Kabarole region, as I'm part of the region, I'm also from Kamwenge, which is one of the districts of Kabarole. You said it is too much application of fertilizers. But my worry is, you said the problem, but at the age and the Uganda today we want in sustainable agriculture, we should focus on problem solving. We may be aware of the problem, but now if we can focus on problem solving, that would be the best. So I would like you to highlight the house and me personally, who is in the lineage of agriculture. If it is too much application of fertilizers that is bringing fertilizer, fertility, soil erosion of fertility, okay, the loss of fertility in the soil, what would be the best issue that we can work on so that we can restore the productivity of the crops we had? Then I think this question is Dr. Stephen Thuku, who was online. Okay, the question didn't. Let me go on Shamira now. She presented the impacts of change in agro-pastoral management on ecological resilience. But my worry is, or my question is, if we are to see the impacts of change in the agro-pastoral management and ecological resilience, here we see there are some so we would like to be highlighted as the people when you're now doing your master's or PhD, but there is this gap that need to be filled within the undergraduates and the postgraduates, that we need to be fixed and be told to be aware when we are going into this. But my question is, if you can see the impact of changes and you don't tell us the root cause of the changes, so I don't really get the report when we have the impact of changes, but we don't have the root cause of the changes. I didn't get where the root cause of the changes, but we got the impact of changes on the agro-pastoral and ecological resilience. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Osbert. We go to the next question. Someone's hand was at the back. Can they take the microphone to him, please, if you don't mind? You give us your name. Keep your question short and to the point, if you can, within 1 minute, please, if you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the chance given. By name, I'm Origen Isaac from SJC Publishers Company. Yeah. Now, to the first presenter, I have like 2 questions to him, and the first one will go. For the presentation you made, surely you gave us results that were qualitative in nature. Yes? Actually, they were quantitative in nature. Don't you think we should have some qualitative results? Yes, then the other concern is about the participants. I don't know, you gave us a sample size of over 300 participants. Did you really get results from all the 300 participants? Thank you. Then the other concern was about it was the 4th, that was Jane.
Okay.
I guess it was Jane. Jane, you were drafting a proposal, and among your methods, you had something to do with a mixed method. Among your designs, you had something to do with a mixed method. Please, a mixed method is not a study design, and it should be out of your list. Thank you. Then the last presenter, I got a concern about the conclusion, which states urgency to address climate change. If you read it, it is not a conclusion. Yeah, it is more of a recommendation, because you're telling someone what needs to be done. It means you're recommending someone on what you can do. It is not concluding your study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. The very last one is here. Then we will invite people online to unmute and also give at least 2 people online. You'll be next for this session. Thank you.
I'm Kefa Kalanzi from Faculty of Agriculture, and my question goes to Dr. Wacha upon the findings from that research in Kawalole. In Uganda, we have different locations and the springs, which at times similar in behaviors, like we have the attitudes like Kavale, and then Eastern around Mbale. Do you think those findings can be beneficial to such kind of attitudes for farmers in those areas?
You mean attitudes or altitudes?
Sorry, altitudes.
Or elevation, if you like.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Dr. Wachal gets it. Thank you.
And then another one was just a comment on Jen's slides. I think you should try to reduce the bulkiness of your slides, because as you were opening your slides, I whispered my neighbor whether time will be enough for you to present what you want to address to the audience.
Very good advice for the presenters. Please keep your slides with as minimum text as you can. Maybe we answer those in the room, but if there is any burning question from people online, maybe 2 of you, please unmute and make your question clear. Question or comment clear. Any one of you, 2 people, quickly unmute and speak to us. Okay, I don't seem to see activity online. Maybe you'll come through with time, but if you are ready, please shoot. We are waiting for you. Just unmute, speak to us. Okay, that doesn't seem to work. It seems there are no questions, no comments online. Then that leaves us with the presenters to answer the questions. Dr. Wachal, you had the biggest number of questions and comments. You want to come forward? Okay. Oh, you want to answer from there? Feel free.
Thank you so much, moderator. The number of questions about my presentation, which I really welcome them. Thank you so much for those questions, meaning that my research stimulated those thoughts. The first question was from Osbert. Yeah, thank you so much. You're asking about the fertilizer application being the most serious issue causing soil fertility decline. I think from our study, we found out that about 24% of the respondents were using chemical fertilizers. And that's a very small amount of people using chemical fertilizers. Whereas we know, if you look at the science of soil, chemical fertilizers sometimes tend to cause issues of acidity, especially the nitrogenous fertilizers, urea, maybe corn, and the rest. But in Uganda, generally, very few farmers use that chemical fertilizers. So from our study, it wasn't that, but just had 24. That means out of the 300 people we interviewed, only 72 were the ones who are using chemical fertilizers. It's not a problem leading to decline of soil fertility. There are other challenges like the erosion, because farmers do not implement soil and water conservation practices like terraces, trenching, and maybe putting grass strips. They do not implement that. So what happens is the soils get eroded, the nutrients get washed down, and then the farmers feel get the problem. But of course, we will do more research and find out those ones who are having challenges with the chemical fertilizers, especially in the tea growing areas in the Kabarole region. We find sometimes they complain that the soils get acidic due to that. Then the other question was related to, it was coming from Isaac, about our study using quantitative. Yes, we chose quantitative because of the nature of the kind of work that we wanted. We wanted to get statistics. We wanted to deal with numbers in this case. But somebody will also triangulate, or somebody will also add in some aspects of qualitative by interviewing the farmers in groups, or maybe take key informant interviews or do focus group discussion, which is very good. But because this is a project that has got different packages, so we also have a section of it. I think in the next conference we'll be able to share some of those qualitative results too. But in this case, we went quantitative using a questionnaire to pick those data set from the 300 farmers. Then the other thing you are also coming from Isaac, I think about the sample size. Using 300. Did we collect data from all these people? Yes, we have to collect data from all the 300. And we use the scientifically proven techniques of sample size determination, which normally we use the Crochan's method, where you have the population, the unknown population. You don't know the total number of participants, but you know, if you use that formula, you can be able to get information from the representative sample. You can get the representative sample size, and then you're able to use that information. So we had 384 using that formula. Maybe you can find out more. It's called the Crochan's method. That's 1963. But also the other formula, like what we call the Craig-C and the Morgan, I think 1970. That one, if you know already the participants in that community, you can use that, and then you estimate the population. For us, we didn't go for that. We did the 380, but still, if you look at that 380, you scale down to 300. Using the theories of sample size determination, still we get reliable data set from all these participants. So we interviewed all of them. We reached out to them because we're using Fort Portal City and the Kabarole district. So the entire district we traversed and met the farmers. Then from Mr. Kefa, that was about can we scale these results? Can we use it in other locations? Yes, we can, because we did the representative sample size, 300 onwards. Still, that gives us something that we can scale. You can get similar thoughts from farmers in the mountainous areas, especially in the southwestern Uganda, where they also have undersoils, and they also have some reddish kind of reddish soils. Even in the Elgon areas, because there we have the volcanic soils, the undersoils. So still, farmers are most likely to tell you they are not adopting this and this. They are using cow manure, or they're using trenches, or some of them will be using conservation tillage. Maybe the conservation tillage, we may not get it all over, because that's some kind of something unique. We're yet to learn more about it. Actually, farmers in Kabarole, especially the banana farmers, they never weed their plantation. If somebody is from Kabarole here who can testify, most of them don't want to weed. They say, okay, the soils are fertile, so we simply go and cut the bananas and then maybe do some slashing and a few things. They don't want to do tilling completely. So that's why they go for conservation tillage. So thank you so much. I think we can continue the interaction later after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. You've answered very well, and I think you've given a lecture, especially on methods. Those who want to meet him and probably further the conversation, please do so as he has said. Maybe in the chat, I see, please unmute the presenter. I don't see other comments. There are 3 more new ones. Yeah. Leonard is saying multivariate for Leonard, that's from Isaac. Multivariate isn't a study design. You can have the debates there after what is a multivariate design. If you are getting it wrong, please get it right. I think the others were comments for Jane and for the last presenter. Please attend to them. The one whose conclusion was more of a recommendation than a conclusion, please do something about your conclusion. So there being no other questions from the online audience, we can, it was a comment, it was not a question, Jane, so there's no need to answer. Sorry, it was a comment. Okay, it was a comment. Okay, so let's move to the next round of presenters. Members, we have many presentations, 19 of them. We have only covered 5, meaning we are left with 14. So please bear with us. The presenters, please stick to the 10 minutes so that others can also have an opportunity to present. So starting at 1:45, we will be having a presentation from Matthews, Laston, Kambani, and others who will be talking to us about the identification of potential wild tree species for agroforestry-based charcoal production and integrated bee rearing to promote bioenergy and circular agriculture among rural smallholder farmers in Malawi. So if the presenter is here in the room, please come forward. But if you are online from Malawi, Kambani Matthews. I don't seem to see Kambani Matthews or someone with such a name online. Is anyone in this room who is presenting on behalf of this group? Identification of potential wild tree species for agroforestry-based charcoal production and integrated bee rearing to promote bioenergy and circular agriculture among rural smallholder farmers in Malawi. If there is any presenter who is online or you are here in the room, please step forward in the next 1 minute, or we are moving to the next presentation. Okay, so it seems we don't have the presenters ready. Next is presentation 1.6 from Lorenco Manuel and Asime Mary Goretti, adoption of bundled drought-tolerant maize and index insurance in Manica province, Mozambique. So Lorenzo or Mary Goretti, yeah, you seem to be there, you have unmuted. Can you talk to us?
Yes, let me share my screen.
Thank you.
Are you able to see my screen?
Oh, yes, please. We can see your screen, and I think it is in presentation mode. Go straight forward. You are starting at 14 minutes to 1. Please end at 1 minute past 2 if you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret Yasimwe. I'm a master's student at the Government University. My topic is adoption. And I'm working around with Lorenzo Manuel. The presentation outline, I'll start from the introduction to the problem statement, conceptual framework, objectives, methodology, results and discussions, conclusion, and then I give a recommendation. Sorry. For the last 2 decades, drought stress has been one of the factors that has undermined maize production, and because maize is a key staple crop to millions, this way it affects many livelihoods and traps many in cycles of food insecurity. And statistically, drought reduces maize yields by approximately 15% worldwide, and by about 10 to 25 in sub-Saharan Africa. And in countries like Mozambique, where these droughts are a recurrent hazard, the impacts of the droughts have already been felt. And in 2023 to 2024, drought led to losses of about 36, 34, and 25% in the major provinces like Manica, Sofara, and Gaza. And then with the increasing intensity and frequency of droughts, projections show that these losses could go up to around 45% in drought-prone areas in Mozambique by the year 2065. To cap these losses and increase the resiliency of farmers, Innovations such as drought-reliant maize and index insurance have been introduced to help sustain farmer livelihoods during these forms of droughts. However, when they are adopted independently, they have individual limitations. For example, drought-reliant maize has the ability to sustain farmer yields during moderate droughts. However, as the droughts become severe, the yield advantage decreases, and in extreme droughts, its yield advantage also disappears. And then index insurance, which is a form of agriculture insurance that offers financial compensation to maize losses due to drought, in this case, has the ability to safeguard farmers against all forms of drought. However, this comes with, and majority of the smallholder farmers cannot afford this. So, an innovation in this study, which I'm calling bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance, has the ability to enhance the resilience of these farmers by offering an affordable product at a relatively low cost, but this faces low adoption rates, which is shown to be less than 5%. So the program statement, maize is the key staple crop in Mozambique, but it faces severe drought production losses due to droughts. These wipe out farmer gardens, leaving them without seed to resow, and then trapping them in cycles of food insecurity. Innovations that are in place, like bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance, have sustained low farmer uptake, and this leaves farmers exposed to recurring losses and highlighting access barriers. The majority of the previous studies on this bundled product have emphasized its resilience-enhancing ability and how it safeguards food security and income, but then it ignores a key factor, that is the drivers of adoption. These remain unclear. Even those that have tried to talk about drivers of adoption have focused on the design of the innovation and ignored key components like socioeconomic, institutional, and policy factors that already shape technology adoption in developing country contexts. So this study comes in to examine the determinants of adoption of bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance using Manica province, as the study said. For the conceptual framework, to analyze the factors, the determinants of bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance, we categorize our factors into three: socioeconomic, institutional, and policy, developmental factors, and an interplay of these factors shapes a farmer's decision to adopt the technology. For our objectives, our general objective is to analyze the adoption of bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance in Manica province. And we have two specific objectives. One is to characterize adopters and non-adopters, and the other is to examine the determinants of adoption of bundled drought-reliant maize and index insurance. For our methodology, we considered Manica province, and this is a province where promotional efforts are in place to promote the adoption of the bundle, and we focused on 5 districts. These districts constitute about 80% of the total maize produced in the province, and we used secondary data from the MRR Innovation Lab project that was conducted in 2021 to 2022. This employed a randomized controlled trial that was examining how 2 subsidy programs, one that is voucher-based and another one that is education, how they influence the adoption of the bundle. The sample size considered for this study was 1,107 maize growing households that were collected from 80 villages. For our methodology, characterizing adopters and non-adopters, we used descriptive statistics and divided our variables into 2. For the dummy variables, we used a cross-tabulation analysis using 2 frequency tables and quorum percentages. And for the continuous variables, we used independent sample t-test. For the determinants, which is the second objective, we grounded this in the expected utility theory, assuming that our farmers make their adoption decisions basing on the expected utility from adoption when faced with uncertainty. And this uncertainty comes from the uncertain benefits that come around with adoption of the toilet means and index insurance, since the benefits are dependent on the occurrence of a drought. And we modeled the relationship between the observable and the unobservable factors using the binary logistic regression model. However, for this study, since we had many independent variables, we considered two approaches where we used the binary logistic model and a stepwise logistic model. And the stepwise logistic model was used to select only the variables that have a key influence on the adoption of the bundle. These two approaches were later compared using the Kozema-Lemisho test, the archaic information criterion, the Bayesian information criterion, and likelihood ratio test to choose the best model fit. And for our results, characterization of adopters and non-adopters, among the adopters, we realized that there were more men, they were more literate, they had greater detail awareness, they used higher fertilizers, had higher accumulated savings, and then they had better credit access. Also, adopters were more in voucher-based and voucher plus education subsidy programs. They generally had larger farms and they traveled less distance to buy seed. On the side of the non-adopters, they dominated the no subsidy and the education-only groups. From these results, we can draw a conclusion that even in the presence of information, financial capacity is key to adoption of the technology. And then the similarities of the two groups, the average age of the farmers was 45 years, and they had an average household size of 8 people. And both of them had similar prior insurance experience, which was low, showing the limited reach of insurance in the province. These are the results, the descriptive results. And then for the determinants of adoption, we used two approaches, the pool and the stepwise logistic model. For the pool model, we realized that it had a better likelihood ratio test and better than the stepwise model. However, when you looked at other factors like the AIC and BIC, the stepwise model was better because it had lower values, and then it had a better calibration with the Kozema-Lemisho test. So, to determine the factors, we considered the stepwise regression model. And from the results of the stepwise regression model, factors that had a positive influence include the voucher-based subsidy, whether used alone or combined with education. We had savings, we had awareness of ATM, we had number of drought years experienced, and then fertilizer use. These factors portray that information access and financial resources are key factors in determining the adoption of agricultural technologies. And then the surprising factor was owning a TV, which we used as a proxy for information access. It had a negative influence on adoption. However, we attributed this to probably the misinformation and the lack of reliable information regarding the uncertain benefits of DTM and II, which could have threatened farmers from adopting. In conclusion, the frequent and severe droughts compel smallholder farmers to adopt climate adaptation strategies, and innovations like bundled drought tolerant maize and index insurance are impressed to offer resilience, but adoption remains low. And from our study using the Innovation Lab Data Project, using the innovation data from the Innovation Lab Project, we found those factors as some of the factors that increase adoption. And for policymakers to increase adoption, they should prioritize farmer awareness campaigns, and in this they should emphasize the nature and benefits of combining drought-tolerant maize and index insurance. These campaigns can be via SMS, radio, and expanded radio and extension networks. We are recommending this because in Mozambique, over 55% of smallholder farmers own phones, and then also radios have a reach of about 95% in rural areas where the majority of the smallholder farmers reach. So it would be a good way of promoting the adoption of this technology. As well, policymakers should focus on strengthening credit and saving structures. When these are strengthened, they'll provide farmers with better financial stability and access to the funds for purchasing the bundle. And this can be through savings and credit structures like Great Savings and Loans Associations, and then Savings Association and Cooperative, and circles, women groups, cooperatives, and commercial banks. Another recommendation would be expanding institutional assistance, and this will lower the cost burden on farmers and act as incentives to adopt. This institutional support should target vulnerable groups like the youth and women. This is because the youth in Mozambique and the women, they form majority of the agricultural labor force. And then majority of the women are involved in the production activity of maize. That means if they are targeted, the adoption of this technology will be scaled. In acknowledgement, we thank the Innovation Lab for market risk and resilience, which provided funds for conducting this study. And we also thank the TAFSA project for funding the students who conducted the study. And we're also grateful to Uganda Matters University for this chance of presenting this study. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mary Goretti. Let's give her a round of applause, please. So we keep the comments and questions in our notebooks, or we are given notebooks at least here in the room. But we want to have a change in program. We realize the program was saying we're going to have lunch after 4, but I think it's not healthy to wait until after 4. So I'm reliably informed that we have lunch ready for us in the cafeteria. So members online, please stay with us. We will be breaking off shortly from now, 2 o'clock, until 2:30. We'll be returning at 2:30 after having our lunch in the cafeteria. So please, members, let's stick to the time. 2:30 on the dot, we will be back and we'll follow the list as already provided. Maybe Dr. Nyadoy wants to disagree. If you want to disagree, it is okay. Okay, please.
Our presenters who are coming from outside Uganda Matters University, and those of you who have traveled from outside Uganda, please, the lunch is going to be in the main boardroom. I hope the people who are home, you will not mind about this. Our lunch is in the cafeteria. But those of us who have come from other universities or outside Uganda, please, we are going to take our lunch at the main boardroom. You'll get to know where our boardroom is. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you. Let's be back 2:30, and I'm sticking to time and the 10 minutes. Please, presenters, if you can still do something to your presentation, stick within 10 minutes. Thank you, and we'll be back. See you at 2:30. People online, you can improvise. It's a lunch break. For convenient implementation and adoption of the technology, a systematic literature review of Malawi's smallholder farmers. I don't know if Matthews is online. I see Happy Kenneth, I see J. Lele, Dr. Sikandi, Mary Goretti Asima has presented, Shamira has presented. I don't know if Matthews is here or is online, because it's past already, so we should be receiving the next presentation. So Matthews, are you there? Happy Kenneth, I hope you are not the Matthews I see here. Jane Delay, I am not so sure you are the Matthews, but if you are part of the group, please unmute and speak to us. But if not, we will move to another presentation. Okay, it seems Happy Matthews is Matthews Laston Kambani is not in the room and is not online. Next we'll be going to Fiona Logos and Priscilla Nyadoy. I know Dr. Nyadoy is here, but I'm not so sure she's the presenter. Fiona, if you're around, Fiona. Okay, it seems members are still for the lunch break. Patrick Falasa, with adaptation to climate change in peri-urban areas. A case of Masina Municipality, Shangu District, Kinshasa Province, Democratic Republic of the Congo. I'm informed your flight is coming up soon, so you'd want to make your presentation early enough. If Sir is here or is online, I'm not so sure he's online, but I'm told, I was told he's here. Maybe he's having lunch in the boardroom, and people who went for lunch in the boardroom, I don't know if they had their lunch early. Maybe they'll be joining us shortly. But members, we are already past the time we had said we would reconvene, which was at 30:30, and now it's 2 minutes after, and we want to keep time. We have many presentations lined up, about 10 of them, I think, if my math is correct, maybe 12, we even skipped one. Still the same presenter, Matthews Laston Kambani, had a presentation on identification of potential wild tree species for agroforestry-based charcoal production and integrated bee rearing to promote bioenergy and circular agriculture among rural smallholder farmers in Malawi. We did not get that presentation. Maybe Matthews is not online and is not physically present, so we will skip that presentation as well, unfortunately. But should they be able to pop up before we end, because we will have to close quickly. The closing ceremony will be here, so we need to go quickly so that the Deputy Vice Chancellor will come in and close the entire seminar research conference. So we need to go quickly so that the DVC can be here maybe by 4 to give us his closing remarks. So the presenters, please make yourself available. Happy Kenneth, you want to present Happy Kenneth? Okay, let's find your talk. Let me see, when were you coming next? Okay, Happy Kenneth with Yong Min Kang, application of smart herbalomics in enhancing the preservation, propagation, and sustainable utilization of valuable threatened and endangered medicinal plant species. Okay, I see Matthews Kambani.
Sorry, I was online. I was sharing the screen, but I don't know what was happening. Okay. You are not able to see my screen, but I'm sharing my screen. So I'm ready. My screen is already ready. I'm sorry. Can I go? I need to present. Also, a government approach this for the background. So I'm ready.
So is Matthews Kambani. Okay. Good to see you. It is your time, but the first, you had 2 presentations, but can you please share with us one of them? We might not have time for the 2. Just give us one presentation, and yes, Happy Kenneth, you can wait. You'll wait for your turn. Let's go with the list. Matthews, please go forward. Thank you. Use 10 minutes. You're starting according to my clock. It's now 25 minutes past the hour, so 35 minutes past the hour, so go up to 45. So a 2:45, you will be done with your 10 minutes, starting now. Please go forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. So, my name is Matthews Laston Kambani, and it's an honor for me to present my research topic titled Factors that Hinder Machine
implementation and adoption of the technology. So, hello? Okay, so, a brief background. So, Malawi is a landlocked country located in southern Africa, and it's an agrarian economy dependent nation. Agriculture is the biggest employer of the livelihood there, with more than 70% of the population involved, and it contributes around 40% of the country's GDP. So if you take a look at the right-hand side, you see the map of Malawi, and it has that blue picture which is showing the Lake Malawi, which is the third largest freshwater lake in Africa. And technology. Technology has the ability to contribute positively in agriculture, in health, in transportation, and in governance. So the current trend right now in technology is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is approximated to have a value of more than $20 billion US. So AI. So when we talk about AI, there is a very big problem of AI adoption in low and middle income countries, especially Africa, because of poor data security, knowledge, infrastructure, and governance. These factors make AI to be unsustainable and underperform in Africa. So this review was conducted to generate appropriate policy recommendations for the implementation and sustenance of the machine learning among smallholder farmers in Malawi. So the objectives of this article, you can see there too. It's trying to address the two questions. What are the factors which hinder machine learning adoption technology among smallholder farmers? And what strategies and policy recommendations can enhance the convenient implementation and sustainable adoption of the machine learning technologies among smallholder farmers? So the methodology of the study. The study focuses on Malawi, and the study design is systematic research review. Data analysis was thematic analysis and quantitative. It was more of a qualitative kind of a study. So the two data sources which the study used was Science Direct and Google Scholar search engines. The keywords hinders technology adoption, smallholder farmers, machine learning, and Malawi. The scope focuses on Malawi and smallholder farmers. And since AI technology articles are limited to implementation, so the study also zeroed in on technology adoption of smallholder farmers to generate appropriate data policy recommendations to address the adoption of machine learning gap. So some of the findings are these where you can see on your left there's a pie chart. I believe it's visible. You can see the orange part symbolizes Science Direct and the blue part symbolizes Google Scholar. So you can see 89.9% symbolizes the Science Direct and 10.1% symbolizes Google Scholar. This actually indicates that Science Direct has more peer-reviewed articles and has more sources available for usage, peer-reviewed usage articles published in recognized journals like Google Scholar. On your right-hand side, you see that is a host viewer image, which is showing how keywords from the time span of 2010 to 2013 have been clustered. So on your right-hand side, you can see that that picture which is showing those things. And some of the key findings of the study. The study actually has recognized that artificial intelligence is not performing well in Africa because of inadequate financial resources invested into the technology. So you see there's limited investment by government, and government organizations, research institutions, and farming communities. So this is one of the problems that is affecting proper development and diffusion of the technology. There is also poor policies and regulations. So far, so good. There has been very poor frameworks which govern AI in terms of security, its implementation, and etc. So those are factors that are affecting AI implementation in Africa seems to be addressed. I'm talking about Malawi. Gender imbalance. So you can see agriculture is one of the sectors which has more women working in it. However, these women seems like they have inadequate exposure to AI technology than men. Men have a better access and the usage of technology than women. Lack of awareness and adoption among smallholder farmers. So you can see there is little awareness about AI in among smallholder farmers together with also extension workers. They are very poor knowledge about AI. So in conclusion, this paper or this study concludes that inadequate competent personnel, poor internet connection, poor collaboration among stakeholders, lack of implementation framework, lack of awareness of machine learning, both among extension and smallholder farmers, inadequate investment and support by the government into the digital infrastructure, and exclusive costs to implement and maintain the machine learning assets has proven to be the major gaps of machine learning in the country of Malawi and also Africa. So this study would kindly recommend or strongly recommend that there is need of infrastructure development so that AI should have frameworks on which it can be implemented, awareness projects for machine learning among smallholder farmers, and design of machine learning policy and regulations. So this study was able and has been able to be implemented successfully with the potential help from Center of Excellence in Mozambique, the World Bank, and the One University. With these few remarks, I would like to say thank you for your attention and being a wonderful audience. Thank you. Sure. Obrigado. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, Matthews Aston Kambani. Yeah, just a sec, I seem to...
Over to you, sir, I'm done.
Yes, can you stop sharing? I am not able to go back quickly. Control room, could you come and assist?
Are you able to hear me the other end? I'm finished, I'm done.
Yes, I can go back to that Zoom meeting. And then the presentation will go. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I think you are not hearing my comments. I said, well done. We are glad you could come through. We kept waiting for you. But thank God you have finally made the presentation. We like your work. And we like the fact that you're really collaborating with many people. I can see the list is long. Please keep it up and good luck. Okay, whoever...
Thank you very much, Prof.
You're welcome. Okay, there's a bit of feedback, I don't know from where, but let's proceed to the next presenter. The next presentation will be from Fiona Logose and Dr. Priscilla Nyadoi, the contribution of agriculture extension services on household crop production in Bulambuli district, Eastern Uganda. Just a sec. Okay, I don't know if Fiona is with us online. I don't see Fiona online. Is Fiona here in the room? I don't see Fiona. Okay, as we wait for her, maybe we'll go to the next one on the list. Apio Deborah, with the topic assessing efficacy of local food baits in the management of fruit flies in fruit orchards in Maputo, Mozambique. Are you with us, in the room or online? Okay, it would seem the two are not here. Let's go to the one who was ready. Kenneth Happy was ready at some point, so please, the floor is yours. Use 10 minutes from now and share with us your presentation. Kenneth, go for it. Let's go to the one who was ready. Kenneth Happy was ready at some point, so please, the floor is yours. Use 10 minutes from now and share with us your presentation. Kenneth, go for it.
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everyone. I'm privileged to be part of this. My name is Kenneth Happy. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Science and Technology, studying at the Korean Institute of Oriental Medicine. And I'm here today to present the topic about the potential application of smart herbolomics approach in enhancing the preservation, propagation, and sustainable utilization of valuable, threatened, and endangered medicinal plant species. And I am a proud alumni of the Uganda Medical Association at the master's and the undergraduate level. In this presentation, briefly about the outline, we'll talk about the introduction, then smart herbolomics, introducing it, and then I talk about tissue culture, comprehensive comparative studies, and then harvesting, chemical analysis, biological studies, multi-omics integration, and available opportunities, and then finalize. And the main points, maybe this is a somehow different topic. We have oxygen, the keywords, oxygen means a rooting hormone, then cytokinin, that is those shooting hormones. Then we have herbomedicine, that is everyone knows about herbomedicine. Then seed encapsulation, that is covering some plant parts to mimic a seed. Then smart herbolomics, I'm going to introduce it. Then we have tissue culture as one of the techniques of multiplication of plants. In the introduction, according to World Health Organization, more than 60% of people globally depend on herbomedicine. So, and that means that there are a lot of herbs that are being used, and all this weight is put mostly on the wild plants. And according to the International Union of Conservation of Nature, there are some specific plants that are getting extinct, like for Uganda, mostly we have Prunus africana, we have Wapugia ugandensis, we have a number of them, and some valuable plants that are getting lost also, like Mondia whitey in Uganda, mostly called Mulondo. And if this trend continues, that means that in some time to come, we may not see these plants, and yet we need them so much. Under this, based on this, that's why I came up with this novel approach called the smart herbolomics approach. This is a novel approach, and it is a novel one, which has never appeared before. So that's why I'm presenting it. I already published it under the journal about phytomedicine. So this is how, on the left you can see Prunus africana, how it is harvested, and here each continuous harvest like this always makes the tree to die because people use the bark. The same thing applies to Wapugia ugandensis. So if I have to introduce smart herbolomics, what it means according to this approach. Smart herbolomics, in simple terms, I can divide it into three parts: smart, herbo, and omics. In the smart, we talk about the smart farm system that
can easily be described like managing of plants under a control system. In the herb, it means generally herbs, then its propagation technique and processing are all under the term herb. Then omics, that is multi-omics. It is an approach that incorporates very many omics approaches. So this approach enhances both the study, the production, and the conservation. So all of them are incorporated in one. The stages of this approach, the first stage we have medicinal plant identification, which has to incorporate also omics because it is one of the vital steps in herbal medicine and medicinal plants for studies, because there are very many plants that look alike, which you can easily misidentify. So key aspect is put in medicinal application, identification. Then the next stage you go to propagation, whereby propagation is in two ways. It is under tissue culture or managing under sterile conditions, and then smart farming, where it is managed under control systems like self-automated. Then we have harvesting and processing, then chemical analysis, which I may not talk much about, and then biological studies, and then future perspective. So the goal of this approach is to ensure coming up with herbs using well managing them in a control system and studying them. So coming up with a scientific based a herb that has gone through scientific studies. Going forward, I introduce now, after identification, we go to plant propagation, whereby we have tissue culture. Under tissue culture techniques, we have two major, we have one major topic called propagation, which has two also subsets. There is organogenesis, which means formation of roots and shoots from either explants or callus. And then we have embryogenesis. This means the development of a plant from non-reproductive cell. Can be leaf, can be stem. And then we have very many techniques. We have seed encapsulation, I've already talked about it. Then we have suspension culture, which means plant cells, plant cells, small tissues that are put in liquid media. So the other part, which organogenesis and embryogenesis, are put in solid media. But suspension culture is put in liquid media. So if all these are incorporated, can enhance the conservation of medicinal plants. So these are the steps that are in, that we go through to come up with a whole plant. Let me say that is a whole plant under smart farm. You use a small piece of it and you put in solid media, that is under organogenesis. Organogenesis mechanism or technique, which has two ways. There is indirect organogenesis and then direct. So in the direct, you get the small piece of the plant and put in the media, and then you identify the best media, then you put the shooting hormone, which is cytokinin, you test with different cytokinin, then you identify the best, then you go until you get a full plant. Whereby in direct, you use a small piece, and then it will form into colors, then it also goes through the same step. This process, getting this protocol can take you 1 year, but once you turn up with this protocol, you can multiply very many plants within a very short time. So this is one of the examples that we have used it under our lab to generate Prunus africana, to massively produce it. After coming up with this protocol, which is already published, now we always multiply Prunus africana very fast using the organogenesis technique. At the same time, we have this technique called a thin layer, which is part of organogenesis. You use a very small piece of a plant. You can see you can get 1 leaf, and from 1 leaf you can get more than 10 plants from 1 leaf. So that is part of organogenesis. And then here comes embryogenesis, which for it has to go through another stage and it produces different parts which you have to study step by step until you get the plantlet. And the stages include globular stage, heart stage, torpedo stage, cytotoxicology until it generates. So it has two steps. The somatic embryogenesis, it goes directly, and then the zygotic, it goes through a callus stage. Whereas I talked about seed encapsulation, this is the step. I may not explain a lot because of time. This seed encapsulation, after getting a small part like an embryo, you can enclose it or make some coat on it, and you can store these seeds for more than 6 months. So that is part of also of tissue culture. So after that, before we publish the paper, before we make the plants to be published to different people, we already first to compare different, we can have different studies to compare the tissue culture generated plants with the mother plants. So we carry out the genetic stability and fidelity, morphological and phenotypical comparison. We carry out biological and physiological studies, metabolic profiling, because the medicinal plant is based on the metabolites of the plant. So we first have to identify, to understand if the metabolites are they are similar to the mother plant. Then the histological studies. For example, if you can see in this figure 9, A and B, those are the transverse section of the tissue culture generated plant and the mother plant. You can see they are similar. And then C and D, those are the stem parts, and then E and F, those are the leaf parts. So you can see they are similar, both the mother plant and the tissue culture generated. So I talked about cell suspension, whereby you use liquid media. So in this part, we use a small part like a leaf, for example. We put it in the solid media. If our target is root, then it generates root. From the solid media, we transfer to liquid media. From there, now we multiply. If we have a plant like Molono, which we know is based on, we use roots for medicinal values. So we multiply these roots using this liquid media, and then at the last point we get a lot of roots within a short time. So if all these approaches, techniques are employed, that means that we are going to reduce the dependence on the wild plant, because this one will give many plants within a short time. So this is a self-controlled system. After the other part, then we transfer to this system to now grow them. So after growing them, that's when this is me managing some of the plants for study purposes. And in the right-hand side, this is Prunus africana. We have generated from the tissue culture, which we use these parts always for different studies. Then after that, then we do harvesting of the plants, and each of these parts of the plants are studied differently, because in herbal medicine, all these parts have to be studied to identify whether all have all medicinal values, because we may concentrate on roots and yet leaves are also having medicinal value. So through this is the process of getting the compounds that are in the plant.
Can you hear me? Yeah, maybe you have 2 more minutes. Try to summarize. Wind up, please. Time.
Yeah. So this is the process of coming up with the medicine. Then this is the omic study that is put on the entire plant. We have the genomic studies, transcriptomic studies, and then I can briefly talk about the limitation of this approach. One is multidisciplinary. So that means that it requires very many people, and it applies based on what our VC said, partnership. Then the second limitation is high initial cost. but in the long run, the cost is not felt. Then another limitation is the equipment. They are limited in Uganda, and then the complex data management interpretation, then time consuming. Then the recommendation from my side is we have to strengthen research infrastructure, then build facility for multidisciplinary capacity, and then encourage national and international exchange visits, like for example coming to different labs to understand more about this kind of studies, and then promote institution partnership, encourage funding. Like for example, in Korea there are some funds from, let me say example, there is a department called Overseas Development Assistance, then another one is called the Rural Development Administration. Those always give funds for scientific research internationally, both in Korea and other developing countries. So, in conclusion, this approach offers a robust pathway for sustaining threatened, endangered, and declining plants. So these are the references, and this paper is published. This is the process we always go through, and I thank you so much. These are my lab members who have different fields that are strengthening this approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Kenneth Happy. Well done with your group. You seem to have a lot of work, although was it your first slide, or there was a slide with too much info? But otherwise the work is so good. Keep it up. You'll get comments later. Let's now move to the presentation by Patrick Falasa F. Talking about adaptation to climate change in peri-urban areas. A case of Masina Municipality, Shangu District, Kinshasa Province, Democratic Republic of Congo. In the meantime, let Fiona Logose and Apio Deborah get ready. They'll be coming next. So Patrick, you're welcome. Let me see if technician control room, if you can come and help project. Control room, please. We are waiting for you. Because I cannot get back to the other presentation. Yes, unfortunately I have to rely on the control room, and that takes a bit of time. I would have done everything myself, but somehow things don't follow my rules. I have to follow. Okay, now the rest I can do. Okay, so
thank you, Doctor. So my name is Patrick Falasa. As a lead investigator, I am also a PhD student at the Uganda Mathias University, and I did this study along with a co-lead investigator who is not present, so I'm representing both of us for this presentation. I will skip the outline. Good. As we all know, climate change is a world problem today, and the effects of climate change has a big issue around achieving the sustainable development goal. As a result, sub-Saharan Africa, where DRC, which is a size of Eastern Europe, Falls Francis F, is overwhelmed with the challenges of the effects of climate change. And also urbanization is another effect. Today we have possibly about, in the next 30 years, about 2.5 billion people might be urbanized. And that means that we're going to have this low density spread in semi-urban settlements or rural settlements. And that's going to increase pressure on rural settlements in terms of development agenda. So there has been several research in this region or in this municipality, but these researches were focusing basically on climate variation, flooding, infrastructure responses to climate effects, such as building bridges, for example, and reinforcing ponds. Kinshasa, where my study was conducted precisely in the municipality of Masina, is also prone to climate variety. And there is extreme weather situation in Masina, but also there has been limited literature review or limited study in understanding how this informal settlement self-organized to cope with climate shocks in the Masina area, looking at it from a community-based adaptation and resilience approach. So the study was based around this, and this was our conceptual framework from a system view. We're looking at climate effects as the independent variable and how climate effects and vulnerability exposure lead this community to flooding, prone to flooding, but also destruction of livelihoods and lead the population into extreme poverty. But also we consider the improved outcomes, the expectation when the enablers are put in place. These expectations were considered as the direct variables. And this includes that when the enablers, which were the mediating factors to addressing all the different issues on our left, they can lead to a positive outcome where we have people, the community can have an alert system to be alerted in terms of climate issues, but also they are able to be resilient in terms of sustainable livelihood improvement, and also they can be very resilient in terms of their survival. Specifically, we are focusing on the community adaptation practices to climate shock or climate effects in this Masina informal settlement. And our specific objective, we had two specific objectives, and one was to understand how this community, this municipality perceive the effects of climate change, and the second was to determine the adaptation practices that they enhance to address or to remain resilient to climate effects. In terms of our methodology, we adapted, as the study was looking at perception, we adapted the epistemological point of view or assumption. And we used the constructive paradigm, which says that knowledge can be socially constructed. So it leads us to idealism. So people can share their experience or their knowledge based on what they perceive, based on experience, the context they live in, and even their social environment. So we use the constructivist paradigm to carry out this assessment or this research work. In our methods, we use the qualitative method because we're studying how people feel or how people perceive the effects of climate change, and also how this perception translates into their understanding of climate change, but also how they respond to ensuring that they have a sustainable livelihood in spite of climate change effects. In terms of our data collection tool, we use focus group discussion and key formats, and also observation card to collect data. This is a location called Masina, the study area. It's a very interesting community where you have, this location has about 1.5 million inhabitants, and the blue area you see there is the river, the Congo River, and on our extreme left you also see a blue line moving down upwards. It's also another river. So the community is located between two rivers, the Congo River and the Gili River. And these are the two rivers that overflow, that cause flooding and erosion in this particular community. The green area you see there is the arable land. It's a swampy land where they use for agrarian activities and also livestock farming. And when you have all the red stuff, the red spots, you have, that's the main national road leading towards the airport of Kinshasa, and you also have hospitals and schools existing in that location, but it's very well overcrowded. Our study population, our unit of analysis, we concentrated on communities who have heterogeneous experience around climate effects, but also we were looking at key informats an organization with expert opinions around the effects of climate change. And we targeted 100 household 10 key informants. And then we use a maximum variation purposive sampling methods, looking at the heterogeneity of the experience of climate effects. We decided to target intentionally people who fit in that category, including expert opinions. And we use FDG focus group discussion and key informant templates into a Kobo toolbox where we collected data and did some analysis and transported them into visual formats for interpretation. Ethical consideration was also considered for this study. We ensured that the research design and practices met ethical principles. So we maintained confidentiality, anonymity of responses, but also consensus building. And we avoided biasness in the process, but also conflict of interest. I will move straight to, because of time, to the summary findings. So one of the things we found out after the whole data collection process, we realized that leveraging on traditional collective labor systems such as Salongo was very important, because the community in their right mind, how do they adapt to climate change? They use an approach called Salongo. And that approach is a communal work, collective work, where they canalize the two rivers to expand the banks of the river so that during the rainy season, there can be a free flow of water. So that's their intent. But while they are doing that, they realize that there are organic materials that the river bring onto offshore. So they were using those organic material as a green job. They were selling those organic material to generate income, but at the same time, they were addressing climate effects by expanding the river banks to prevent flow of the river into Masina. The second thing we also learned from this research work was that they were promoting ecological charcoal initiative. So electricity is a big challenge in that area, very expensive because of paying electricity bills. So they were using the organic material they were collecting from the river banks. When they were expanding, they were transitioning those material into ecological charcoal for cooking, but also to solve the problem of expensive cost of buying electricity to cook. But also it was also supporting them to preserve the forest they had in that area. So that was a good approach also for them. And they also realized that they use spatial diversification of the livelihood assets. So because of the rainy season, what they do was that when it's about to rain, when the season is approaching, they transport. They diversify their livelihood initiative. They take livestock, they spread them across the community so that when one location is affected, they still have to survive with other livestock.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present my work, the title Efficacy of Local Food Banks in the Management of Food Flights in Guavas in Maputo. That will be the opening of the presentation. Introduction. Global food production reached over 887 million tons during the year 2020. Of this production, India was the largest producer, followed by Indonesia, and followed by China. In Mozambique, where I carried out this study, fruits are produced both for export and for local consumption. These fruits play a very important role in human diet because they serve as excellent sources of nutrients like vitamins and minerals, which are very essential in the regulation of almost all of the functions of the body. However, this fruit production is put at a very serious threat by infestation with fruit flies. Fruit flies are insect pests which are in the family Tephrichid. They have been recognized globally as one of the most serious insect pests, affecting over 200 species of crops, not excluding the fruits. So here was the problem of the study. Fruit fly infestation leads to very serious losses. For example, it is estimated that in Africa, this fruit flies can cause an economic loss of over $2 billion per year. These losses can be classified as direct losses or indirect losses. Direct losses are those ones that are caused as a result of these fruit flies, leading to loss of quality of the yields and also loss of quantity of the yields. These are caused when these fruit flies lay their eggs in the fruits. As these eggs develop into larvae, these larvae feed on the pulp and the content of the fruits, leading to deterioration of these fruits and rotting of the fruits. Then the indirect losses, we have issues like increased cost of production. Whenever farmers are faced with new challenges like pests, they will always try to find methods of trying to manage them, which leads to increase in cost of production. Then we also have issues like impediment on trade. This can be like restriction of trade. For example, when I carried out this study in Mozambique, there was a ban of export of fruits like mangoes, like citrus, bananas into South Africa in the year 2011 because of infestation by these fruit flies. This caused serious losses, not only to the farmers, but also to the government. So in an attempt to try to manage these pests, a number of ways have been come up with. We have use of chemical attractants, use of commercially manufactured protein baits, synthetic pesticides, just to mention but a few. However, these methods are expensive to the local farmers, and they are also not locally available to the local farmers. So the intention of my research was to find out the most effective local food bait that could be used in the monitoring and management of these fruit flies. And with that, these were the objectives of the study. The general objective was to assess efficacy of corn sap and molasses in tracking fruit flies in guavas. Then the specific objectives intended to estimate the absolute and relative abundance of the fruit fly species in each food bait with their sex, and also to determine the population density of the most abundant fruit fly species in each of these food baits. Then lastly, to estimate the population fluctuation of these fruit flies throughout my study period. And these were the materials and methods. The study location. This study was carried out in Mozambique, in Maputo Province, Boan District, specifically Agricultural Research Institute Umbelusi. And this site was chosen because of the availability of the hosts that would host the fruit flies to enable me to carry out this study. An experimental design was used, a randomized complete block design with 4 treatments and 4 replications. The blocks were my replications. The guava orchards were divided into 4 blocks, which acted as my replications with those respective GPS coordinates. The treatments, these were my treatments. I used 4 treatments, 2 of which were the local food baits which were tested, and then the other ones were the control experiments. Molasses is a byproduct of sugar refining industry, which is rich in fermentable sugars and was prepared by diluting 100 mils of molasses in 900 mils of water to make 10% solution analysis. Then PAMSAP is that liquid that drips when you cut the inflorescences of the palm tree. That liquid that drips. And this one was bought from the local vendors. Then Torula is a commercially manufactured protein bait. It has already been proven to be a good attractant for this fruit fly, so it acted as my positive control. It was prepared by dissolving 1 pellet of the Torula in 100 ml of water. Then water was used as negative control. Fresh and clean water was used. Installation of these traps. In every block, 4 guava trees were selected at random, at least 20 meters apart from each other for placement of these traps. 2 free traps were used. In each trap, around 250 mils of the treatments were put and then hung on the trees up at least 1.5 meters above the ground. Care was taken to make sure that the entrances to the holes, the entrances to the traps, those holes were not covered with the leaves to allow easy access of the fruit flies. And it was expected that the fruit flies would go in the traps basing on their preference. These traps were left in the field for 1 week and monitored every. As we can see in the middle part here, the fruit fly is trying to enter into the trap. Then after 1 week, there was a placement of these traps whereby the collected insects were removed from the traps. They were placed in plastic bowls which contained alcohol for preservation of these insects until the time of identification. Then the traps were washed very well and replaced with new treatments and then put back on the trees. However, when we were putting back on the trees, the position was rotated. These traps were not put back on exactly the trees where they were. There was clockwise rotation of these traps. So after collecting the fruit flies, they were taken to the lab, entomological lab at Eduardo Mondlane University, where these flies were identified to species level, and also the sex of the fruit flies was identified. First of all, we had to remove the other insects which were not fruit flies, and then we grouped these fruit flies basing on their genera, and we sexed them. To determine the sex, we based on presence of ovipositors on the female flies. Then the species of these fruit flies was identified based on the morphological features as described by the identification keys, which were revoked by Casey and Billa 2006, and then Dimena et al. Also, we made use of the electronic identification keys as described by Virgilio et al. To enable precise identification of these specimens, fruit flies. So, determination of the variables. Relative abundance was determined by getting the total number of fruit flies of research species which were captured in a given treatment over the total number of fruit flies captured in the traps that received that same treatment times 100 is expressed as a percentage. Then we had the fruit fly per trap per day.
Sorry.
This one estimates the population density.
Deborah, if you could try to speed up, you have 2 minutes left, please.
Hello?
Hello, if you can step up the speed, you have 2 minutes left, please.
Okay. STD was good by getting the total number of fruit flies trapped over the total number of installed traps that received the same treatment times the average number of days that these traps were exposed. The analysis was carried out using the NOVA R software, and they carried out a NOVA and then took a test. The results were here. Those are the species of fruit flies that were got, and that is the total number of fruit flies which were got in the different treatments. The biggest number was Bacillus dorsalis, followed by Dacus vegetatus, and for the different treatments, Torula had the highest number of catches, followed by PAMSAP. Water had the smallest number of fruit flies. Then on all treatments, Bacillus dorsalis had the highest abundance, with PAMSAP being the very highest. For sex of these fruit flies in Bacillus and the Ceratitis, one female were captured at males, apart from water. Then also apart from Poseidon, which was only one fly captured. and he was a male. For fruit flies in Dacus genus, more males were captured, apart from Ciliatus. Then for the population density, there was a small p-value indicating that these richness were significant. A two-K test showed that there was no statistical difference between thumbs up and the torula. The same information is represented on the graph. Then the fluctuations, the last objective fluctuation of this fruit flies throughout the study period showed that the population was highest in week 1 and then kept on dropping as the weeks went on, both for the independent traps and also for the overall of all the traps, of all the flies captured in all the treatments. My discussions, Bacrocella dorsalis was the most abundant fruit fly species as consistent with those studies. Thumbs up was found out to be as effective as torula, as also is consistent with that study of Abraham Zital. Then fruit flies of Bacrocella and Statitis, more females were captured, and then the greatest mean fruit fly catches were during the first week, which coincided with maximum fruit ripening, and then they started diminishing. These are the conclusions. Bacrocella dorsalis displays native fruit fly species. Thumbs up is as effective as torula. Generally, more females are captured by fruit baits, and then the population density of fruit flies is highest at the peak of maturation. And these are my recommendations. We should adopt thumbs up as a local available fruit bait. There should be timely harvesting of mature and ripe fruit flies before opposition takes place on them. Then we should incorporate fruit phenology into IPM. This study was supported by the Edward Mondlane, Department of Plant Protection, the Center of Excellence in Agri-Food Systems, and then the World Wildlife Fund Education for Nature Program. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Deborah. A round of applause for Deborah. The presentation was good. Keep it up. Keep the good work. The work in the lab was particularly good to see for me as someone who recently gave a talk on how to do some work in the lab. I'm happy to see that you did some lab work and the results seem to be good. So we will now proceed. We have had our 5 presenters. We will have a round of a session for questions and comments, and thereafter we will stay in the room and give opportunity to people who are in the room to present. It's almost time for the closing remarks by the DVC, and then those online we can proceed thereafter. So please bear with us, those online and those in the room, if we can present quickly so that the DVC comes here and then takes us through the closing ceremony. We have a few minutes, so let's take some quick questions and comments for the presenters. Before we broke off for lunch, we had a presentation from Mary Goretti Asimwe, who was talking about adoption of bundle drought tolerant maize and index insurance in Manica province, Mozambique. When we returned from lunch, we had Matthews Laston Kambani, who was talking about factors that hinder machine learning. And thereafter, we received a talk from Kenneth Happy, who talked about application of smart herbalomics. Then Patrick Saar came through, talked about climate change in urban areas in Congo. And now we've had a talk from Deborah Pio, assessing efficacy of local food baits in the management of fruit flies. So quick questions and comments for the presenters, if we have any. Yeah, microphone, yes, there's one already standing, 2 more, then we will close out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. My question goes to Kenneth Happy. Kenneth Happy, you talked about tissue culture and how we can use it to benefit us through multiplication of plants that are endangered due to overharvesting for their medicinal value. According to your presentation, I got the impression that tissue culture generated plants that were tested for their similarities with the native plants. That test was done in a more controlled setting. Don't you think in a natural environment, other factors interacting with the tissue cultured plants would modify the active ingredients in them, therefore limiting their medicinal value? My second question goes to Patrick. Patrick, you are talking about community-based climate adaptation approaches in Kinshasa. I was wondering whether you also investigated misconceptions, how misperception of certain climatic changes might influence the type of adaptation that these communities adopt in order to be more resilient and cope with the effects of climate change. When I talk of misconception of climate change, would think of those, or imagine of those who would consider certain changes in climate as a result of wrath, God who is annoyed with us, bad omen, witchcraft, and that can influence the type of approach they use in adaptation. Patrick would shed more light on that. And then finally I have a question to Deborah. Deborah, in your results we could see drop in the population of fruit flies captured during the experiment. What could explain this drop as weeks progress? I submit.
Thank you. Please, microphone forward. There are two people here with questions, and then we'll give the presenters opportunity to respond.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me first compliment my mentor. He's from Liberia. I'm also from there, and he's my club mate. He's Kisi. I'm also Kisi, so I'm happy for meeting such a person in this country. So my question goes to Kenneth, when he talks about the somatic embryogenesis to bring out the harbor. So I want to know the theory he used to analyze that process in botany, because he's dealing with a plant of plants. I'm a study of plants, botany. So I want to know the somatic process he used to analyze the herbomancy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also wanted to add my voice to appreciate, particularly the last presenter, Deborah. She had a very interesting compilation of issues, and the entire journey is great. What I could ask her, the results seemed to rhyme with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and those things seemed to be from the people. Don't you think we will need a recognition of indigenous knowledge in your research?
Okay. Thank you. We have questions for Deborah, questions for Kenneth, and for Patrick. So since we have Patrick in the room, maybe Patrick, we will give you the opportunity to respond first, then Deborah and Kenneth can follow. So maybe Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. So the study itself was based on perception, right? So that's why we adopted a qualitative approach, because we want to hear from people's experience around the effect of climate change. So what is very interesting, because of time I didn't really have much time to run through the detailed slides. What was very interesting, there was a corroboration. At the end of the study, at the end of the analysis of the result, the focus group discussion, even the key format discussion, there was a corroboration with the meteorological weather condition of DRC. So they explained that they experienced high change temperature was in their life, vis-a-vis their adaptation strategy or methods. There were lots of cooperation with the empirical approach based on the data we collected from the Meteorological Agency of Kinshasa. There was a lot of similarity in terms of their experience based on the climate variety, the seasonal changes. A lot of cooperation was seen. So I wouldn't call that a superstition or maybe a misconception, because that wasn't flagged out in the findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick, for your response. I see Kenneth, your mic is open. You had a question. Did you hear it? Can you respond?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. I have two questions. Thank you for the questions. The first question is about the comparison of the tissue culture generated plant and the wine. I can start by saying here in Korea, under this institute, there is an agreement between the government of Uganda and the government of Korea based on 3 specific plants. Prunus africana, Wabugia ugandensis, and another one is Aspilia africana. So when they entered the agreement, then when we came for studies, we came with the seeds. So those seeds are germinated in the soil. So they become mother plants. After they are germinating from the soil, we take them to the greenhouse, which is semi-natural. During the conducive environment, which is always a long time, it is mostly natural to make sure that it can be influenced to generate those natural-based bioactive compounds. So those plants which are in a semi-natural area are the ones which are compared with now the plants that are generated through the sterile environment. So at the end of the day, the natural compound, the natural plants that are managed under a semi-natural area, after comparing their secondary metabolites or compounds with the references, because there are always references for these plants, so they are similar, the references are similar. So that's the reason why we feel confident, scientifically confident, to compare them with embryo, also tissue culture generated plants. That is for plants that are from another country, because we have plants from different countries. But for plants which are within Korea here, we just go directly to the forest and compare them with the one that we generate through the tissue culture techniques. So that's why we scientifically we feel confident that the similarity they are similar. So we are confident about those similarities. Then answering the question about the methods used in embryogenesis, I didn't get your question well, but maybe how I can answer is that what we do in our embryogenesis process, we have the 2 different techniques. There is the one that goes through the process of callus, and the one that doesn't go through the process of callus. So the one that goes through the process of callus is called the indirect, which generates those embryos, and you follow step by step until it generates the whole plant. So after generating the whole plant, we also manage it as we manage other plants, and then when they grow, we also compare with the references from, there are some sites that give all the data about each plant in the world. So we compare using those references, and then we compare with the mother plant at the end of the day.
Okay.
So the whole process is scientifically proven, step by step, up to the end. I don't know if I have answered the question clearly.
I think it's fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. Deborah, you had a few questions. Can you respond?
Okay, thank you very much. The question was asking what could have caused the drop in the fruit fly population as time went on, the time of my study went on. I started my study when the fruits were at the peak of their maturation and ripening. At that stage, these fruits are expected to post-development fruit flies, because the fruit flies have a lot of food and also they have where to deposit their eggs. As the time went on, the fruits kept on reducing in number, and therefore we expect that even the fruit flies will keep on reducing in number because they will have less food, then also they will have fewer sites of deposition. And this has been confirmed by other studies, many other studies that have been carried out. They concur with my study that this fruit fly population is always highest at the peak of maturation and ripening of the fruits. And as the fruits keep on reducing, these fruit flies will reduce in number automatically because they will not have where to lay their eggs, and they will also not have what to feed on. So what happens, they may migrate, they may go to another place where there are fruits, where they can get food and deposition sites. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was one last one about your results rhyming with a common observation if you need to do some follow-up study, but I think that's a comment, food for thought for you, but well done. Thank you all the presenters of this round. So we'll now move to another phase, another session of presentations, and we will stick with those in the room, and those online will come after the DVC has presided over the closing ceremony. So let me go through the list. In case you are here, please put your hand up. We'll follow that order. Experito Muyanja Kabuga, a review of nutrient effects on tomato quality, practical guidance for smallholder soil fertility management. You are here, yeah, so you'll be the next. Please come forward. The next to follow will be Kutsanda Katimosi, Kangombe and Gama, assessing of the effect of including pigeon pea, Kayanus Kayan, on growth performance, etc. Kutsanda. Very, very important. Thank you, Deborah. God bless you. Yeah, so Kutsanda Katimosi, if you are in the room, please show your hand. Okay, Kutsanda, whoever has that presentation is not here, so we can wait. Next would have been Maizal Popat and Adongo Immaculate, drivers of irrigation technology adoption. The presenter here in the room, Nora not here, so this can wait. Senyonjo Birunji Tadeo, climate change threats and their impact on socio-economic condition, etc. Is Tadeo here? Or anyone presenting for him? Not here, can wait. Namagembe Allen, Dennis Ruaga and others, special temporal analysis and predictive modeling. Presentation. Presenter here? No. Okay, then Chibude Ronald, last time you presented, but is here, Chibude, leveraging digital literacy for STEMS education. If he's not here, we will wait for him, probably he'll come online. And then very finally, Adong Peace and Lukwago Moses, Mwesige, the technical efficiency of smallholder soybean farmers in Mozambique. The presenter is here? No. Okay, so we will have the floor for Experito, Kabuga, then those online. If I've read and you're online, please you'll follow after Experito's presentation. You shared your presentation? Okay, I can find it. It's not one of these. It should still be there. Okay. Is this one? This is a review of nutrients. Okay. Okay, he will shortly begin. Just make sure that things are okay for him. Yeah. Okay, so we can maximize your presentation. Okay, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. you very much, Doctor. And my name is Kabuga, Expedito Muyanja. On behalf of this team, I'd like to present a review of nutrient effects on tomato quality with a view of giving some practical guidance for smallholder soil fertility management. Soil fertility is a major constraint to tomato production at smallholder level, and it affects beyond the yield. It also affects the quality, the post-harvest quality, as well as the soil health and ecosystem, agri-ecosystem health. But this review majorly focuses on its effect on the post-harvest attributes, such as the nutrient profiles in the tomato, the antioxidant contents, and then the shelf life. And why these post-harvest attributes are very important is because of their potential nutraceutical values and health-promoting properties, like the antioxidants, and then because of their potential industrial value. Now, we find that most of the recommendations on tomato production are based on yield, the effect on yield. And the information relating to post-harvest outcomes is quite increasing, but it is fragmented. We find that there is some effect on potassium, then an effect on nitrogen, and then so it is scattered. And so the overarching objective of this review was to consolidate the existing scattered knowledge on soil fertility effects on quality, so that we hopefully could offer a practical rule of thumb for adjusting yield-based recommendations so as to take care of quality attributes where they cannot be directly measured, but also for research purposes to provide a basis for comprehensive trials that can jointly optimize yield and post-harvest quality. So it's a review, and we adopted a narrative synthesis because it would have been more rigorous to adopt, say, quantitative analysis like a meta-analysis, but then due to the variability in the designs of the studies, it would reduce the effective number of studies that could be compared, and therefore we went more for the conceptual convergence as opposed to the actual effect sizes, and went for these open access databases, the Directory of Open Access Journals, Taylor and Francis, Wiley, and then Google Scholar. For these last two, we accessed them through MyLoft platform, and then for the Google Scholar, it was direct searching. And some of the keywords that we used included tomato and plant nutrition, tomato and soil fertility, tomato and post-harvest, tomato and lycopene, and various synonyms. The screening process we have applied here is that to reduce the number of studies to be reviewed, first of all, we used filtering options in all searches where they were possible, such as restricting the number of studies being retrieved by publication date, by the fact that it's either an original article and we exclude review articles if there were, and then open access articles that were available for full review. And so the strictness on this on the publication dates was for the studies that we extracted. However, for the general discussion and the introduction, we could allow to refer to studies that were earlier that did not follow in this time scope. So the screening process was stepwise. First, it was screening at title level. We screened to see that the paper we are going to review has the relevant keywords. It has tomato, it has soil fertility, it has plant nutrition, and post-harvest quality. Now this would help us to get off papers that were perhaps only looking at yield. And then at the second level, we read the abstract and we confirmed whether the paper really reported nutrient effects on post-harvest attributes. And then lastly, we looked at the methodology section to identify whether the methodology adopted would permit understanding individual nutrient effects. For example, if the study compared, say, NPK with maybe a control, that study would be left out because we cannot distinguish the effect of nitrogen, the effect of potassium, or the effect of phosphorus. So we wait for studies that can provide the individual nutrient effect or at least micronutrient effects so that we are able to inform unpacking of the nutrient management regime to repackage them so as to cater for quality. So for data extraction, we had a pre-coded Word document that captured the author, publication year, the nutrients being studied, the observed effects, and the proposed mechanism where it was suggested. And our synthesis was simple. We only wait for 3 values. Looking at the results, we summarize them into 3. 1, if there is a positive significant effect, say of potassium, say of nitrogen, say of zinc. 2, if there is no significant effect. And 3, if there is a significant negative effect. Those were the 3 pieces of information we are summarizing from the papers. So here is a summary of the studies retrieved by just putting in a search word to get as many hits as over 9,600. Apply the search terms in the engines in the different databases. But after trying to remove duplicates, and the deduplication was manual, we would save each paper by the same method. We would save it as author and date, and that would enable us to eliminate repetitions. We got 80 potential papers, and then looking at the eligibility, if those publications had disaggregated individual nutrient effects or they would give micronutrient effects, we got 52 papers. But looking at the extraction process, where I wanted to compare a treatment with control, studies that didn't have clear controls were removed, and those were like 2 publications. And ultimately, the review focused on 50 papers. And the major attributes studied are as these. So I'll run through the effects of the different nutrients. So starting with potassium, we realized that potassium was the one that was most significantly reported to improve quality, and we find that it improves the titrative acidity and many times also improves the total soluble solids. These are measures of the test. It also improves the mechanical properties such as firmness and dry matter, which improves, reduces fragility of the fruits during transport. Looking at the effect of potassium again, it also has consistently positive effects on the nutrition profile of the tomato. However, we found that there are some, especially nitrogen-containing organic compounds, which might be negatively affected by potassium. For nitrogen, we found very minimal effect on post-harvest quality. Most of the studies reported non-significant. We only get some significance on test indicators, and we get mixed effects on the color. The color is also important. Preferably, customers like red, uniformly red tomatoes. They don't want to have tomatoes with a yellow shoulder or a white mid. Time out. We had some effects on phosphorus. They were very, very minimal, and we found that effects of calcium were significant, oftentimes and positive, except for some cases of total soluble solids where calcium was applied as calcium nitrate. And for micronutrients, consistently significant. So what we observe, we conclude that potassium is the most outstanding among macronutrients, and phosphorus, mild but not as studied. Nitrogen, very mixed effects, so it requires a lot of optimization. Then silicon and calcium plus micronutrients, they also strongly influence quality. But in terms of recommendation, I'll focus on silicon. We say for silicon, since it brings no new, no new addition to the essential nutrients, it can be left out. But focus should be on the essential nutrients, potassium, and then optimization of nitrogen, as well as looking at provision of phosphorus for simply yield effects. We have some recommendation for study, but mostly looking at optimizing N, P, and K, both yield and quality. Thank you very much.
Yes, another round of applause for Experidor. I know he recently defended his proposal, so it's good to see he's doing a quick review. And from his review work, he already has interesting results. People are cheering you online. You've done a great job. Keep it up. Next, we'll have a presentation from another colleague in the room, Vincent Ferra Bukenya, together with Joseph Sekandi and Jimes Payasentongo. The talk is titled Forests Are Running Away From Us, Wood Energy Vulnerability in Refugee Settlements, a case study of BDBD, northwestern Uganda. Vincent? Thereafter, there will be a talk by Arakit Pauline. I hope you have sent your presentation to the email, and then we can proceed. Oh, yeah, I've seen Arakit. Okay, I have yours.
Yes, good evening everyone. Okay, the topic, I'm Vincent Bukenya, together with the supervisors, Joseph and Jimmy, professor. We are the Faculty of Agriculture. The topic is forests are running away from us, wood energy availability and refugee settlements in Bidibidi, a case of Bidibidi, northwestern Uganda. This presents where the walkthrough I'm going to make a little bit quickly. The core issue is that there is a lot of global research and definition of access to energy, and therefore we are asked to contextualize this in our ongoing conversations. This research the research that engages a household voice in communities at the margins is gaining. And so for this research, we were asking one question. As such, when refugees settle in Ugandan communities, how do they and their hosts handle the challenge of energy for cooking, with an emphasis on wood energy? So the problem is we have protracted situations, refugee situations that stay on for 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 years. And this has been the case in Uganda for quite long. And this protracted situation has had a significant challenges as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development admits, among others, to the extent that above 95% of people, host and refugee, are using wood for cooking. Daily consumption goes up to 20 kilograms per household. That's on a high side. And the problem is that trees are disappearing faster than they are replaced, with little or no say of the households in this important kind of framing of the issues. So the framework we adopted is that when the refugees come and get to settle, so they are faced with, among others, the question of wood energy consumption. As we have seen in the previous slide, the 98% plus are using that. So there are two pathways. Either we drop off or we recover from the situation. Drop off is when we are using not good methods of harvesting the wood and we cause neighborhood conflicts. But if we get a better pathway, would be to have more controlled harvesting, and then we have some ways of putting back the trees, we're planting them. And so at the end of the day, if we use the upper pathway, we move towards local integration and then sustainable wood energy. But if we use the lower pathway, we have a bridge which is in red. We're less likely to reach the local integration space that is and then sustainable wood of energy, sustainable use of energy. Our overarching objective is to examine the gendered lived experiences of refugees and host households alongside the structural factors that shape energy access in communities at the margins in Uganda. And we had 4 different subsections to look at this. The first objective is to look at what exactly people are using among the refugees. The second is what are the patterns of consumption. Third, how about the refugee framework or the policy, what is happening? And lastly, how are these all tying together to create relations between the settlement and household access to energy? So the methodology we adopted are 3 or 4 components. One, we did a household survey. We reached up to 403 using the Cochrane method. Of course, it was up to 383, but we made an allowance of 10% of some percentage of 10 households, of some additional households to know that to have more response. We were able to reach all of these guys. And then focus group discussions. We had 16 of them, key informant interviews, and spatial analysis. All these were meant to capture the different facets of access to energy source protection, and the question of alternatives. For ethical approval, data management, of course, as we have said before, we had we had a couple of methods we used to collect, and then data analysis, and then we are working together towards getting the final product ready, and we received all the authorizations, including the site welcome. You need Office of the Prime Minister to clear you, and you need that document. If you don't have it, you can't access anyone. So how much the sample was, this is a further explanation on what we did before, and this is how far it was done. So where was the site? This is where it is in Uganda. Bidibidi is in West Nile, northwestern Uganda, in a district called Yumbe. It's one of the biggest settlements in Africa, actually the largest in Africa, single settlement with so many refugees. 200 at the time when we checked, 200 plus individuals and more than 500,000 hosts. Those are very many people that add a lot of pressure on the use of resources. So far the results are, the main message is that forests are running out from us. And so far the spatial analysis is showing that when you see what was happening in 2015 and 2024, last year when we did the 3D surveys, it's a glaring kind of situation. And so what kind of situation they have? You have like improved ways of cooking with wood, but they are still basic. and then really very rudimentary B, and then we had a good percentage that was using dry grass like this. If you have used this in your home, you are joining a percentage from the DBD. If you haven't, we have a community in Uganda that is still using grass in order to cook the food they are going to eat tonight. And so what are the patterns that are emerging? The consumption patterns, competition, conflict, temporary stay, they are not sure how to move, and then the nature of response is a little bit not felt on site. What about how far with the response framework? Is it responding to the people? The response framework is telling us the people do not feel that the response, the people, the different entities, the structure, the NGOs, this is better expressed in this view from one of the focus group discussions, but there are several of these kind of views that they feel that the structural factors, the structural presence is not really, is not felt. The last objective, how are they linking one with one another, is that there is a low indication of working together, of making sure that this structure is leaving no one behind. There are many people who are left behind by our interventions. Some of the findings, basically, this is where the households have to get a social license to access wood. And that would be given sometime. I will explain that. We have receding depletion list of the wood we have. And when you look, people are feeling this differently, whether male, female, and then they have serious inefficiencies in the tools we are using to cook, and there is serious evidence of energy deprivation. So the study looked at how food and energy are interlinked in people's daily lives. It focused on how households, particularly those with fewer resources, refugees and host communities, and the margins, can transition towards a fairer and more sustainable way of farming. And how can they do that? This is the current kind of conversation that you see. We want to go below towards, we have to have agricultural transition, we have to have energy transition, but then you have the other stream that literally is rising. And so the conclusions are, please, let's do so we have what we see in the field in this study is we have infrastructure deficit, and therefore there is a complex interplay between the institutional exclusion of these people and their voices, and then economic indisposition, inability to access this, and then the question of community level data struggles. Our recommendations are two majorly: community presence at scale in the governance structures, and reaching out to do our best to co-create together with the community. We shall be able to achieve much more. We had our own limits in the study in terms of time frame, language differences, and the interdisciplinary approach that required a lot, and then the geographical implications as we have explained. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening, and this way.
Thank you, and well done. Another round of applause, really. We appreciate the effort that has gone into this work. Dr. Sekandi, Professor Spire, thank you for journeying with the students up to this level so far. We have one more presenter, and then the DVC will shortly be here with us to conclude. Arakit Pauline is going to talk about breaking seed potato, that is Solanum tuberosum dormancy, using biostimulants for improved production in Uganda. Let me stop sharing and I share your work now, so that the online people can follow you. You can already begin to speak and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arakit Pauline. I'm a PhD candidate of Eduardo Mondlane University. in Maputo, Mozambique. My project is a PhD research work, and the work I'm going to present is my first objective. I'm doing this work with my supervisors. The first one is Dr. Senyo from Mozambique. The second one from Uganda, Dr. Frank Naro, and then Prof. Joyce from Egerton University. That's my presentation outline. Potato, Solanum tuberosum, the one we commonly know as Irish potato, is one of the most important food crops globally, and it's ranked fourth after maize, wheat, and rice. It contributes to food security, household nutrition, and income generation for smallholder farmers, mostly in the highland areas of Uganda, in the districts of Kabale, Kisoro, Sironko, Bulambuli, and Mbale, Kapchora, those districts that fall under the mountain areas. Potato provides carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, and essential metabolites, and it has high antioxidant content that contributes to health promotion and the reduction of chronic diseases in human beings when they consume potatoes. My work, I'm going to use biostimulants, mostly aloe vera and green algae, and they contain bioactive compounds such as auxins, cytokinins, gibberellins, amino acids, and polysaccharides. They enhance physiological processes, they improve nutrient uptake, and help plants to tolerate stress, and also they improve plant vigor. The problem statement is that despite the importance of potato, its productivity in Uganda falls below 7.5 tons, below the global average of 37 tons per hectare. This low productivity is attributed to use of poor quality seed tubers with prolonged dormancy periods, which are often due to the informal nature of the seed that farmers access. And this delayed dormancy leads to missed planting windows, uneven crop establishment, and definitely low yields. Farmers mostly rely on farm-saved seed, which is of low quality, and this leads to low productivity. There is limited adoption of natural dormancy breaking alternatives that can sustainably enhance sprouting while reducing the use of chemical inputs that are expensive and not available to farmers. The conceptual framework is that this study hypothesizes that when we apply biostimulants like aloe vera, green algae, and gibberellic acid as a positive control, they will enhance physiological activity within seed tubers and thus accelerate breaking of dormancy. The main objective of my PhD work is to develop biostimulants for enhancing seed potato production efficiency and sustainability in southeastern Uganda. And the specific objective that I'm working on is to determine the efficacy of biostimulants on influencing the sprouting of seed potato tubers. Under materials and methods, the study was done in a diffuse light store at Buginyanya, Zadi, which is located in Masira sub-county, Bulambuli district. This area lies at an altitude of 1,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level. The area receives bimodal rainfall patterns 2 times in a year, and it has fertile soils of volcanic origin. We used a factorial RCBD with 2 potato varieties, that is narrow pot 4 and catch pot 1, 3 levels of aloe vera at 200 ml, 400 ml, and 600, and then we had green algae at 200, 400, and 600, and gibberellic acid as the positive control, and water as a negative control. Plant material, the narrow pot 4 and catch pot 1, were obtained from Kazadi, that is in Kacheko and Ozono Agricultural Research Development Institute in Kabale. They are the ones who supplied the seed. And catch pot 1 and narrow pot 4 are highly favored by farmers because of its disease resistance, high yield potential, and drought resistance. During biostimulant extraction, we harvested the aloe vera from Kumi, and then aloe vera was harvested in the dry areas, and then the green algae was harvested from Lake Bisina, still also in Kumi district. The preparation is that the algae was chopped to small pieces to enable easy blending, and then the aloe vera, we had to cut off the thorns. I hope you guys know how aloe vera looks like. So we had to cut off the thorns, and then we had to dip it in water, and then we had to wash it properly, and then cut it also into pieces, and then we blended it also. To ease fermentation of these natural extracts, we added a small quantity of lemon juice and sugar to ease the fermentation process, and we left it to ferment for a period of 5 days. After the 5 days, the extracts should have a sweet alcoholic smell when you open them to show that they fermented properly. If the smell was bad, then the fermentation was bad. So the extracts were sieved and placed in tight containers, and they were ready for use for the experiment. The sprouting process, we picked 50 tubers of each variety, and we soaked it in the aloe vera and the green algae and gibberellic for 15 minutes. We soaked them according to the treatments that I presented earlier. And the tubers, after the 15 minutes, the tubers were air dried and placed in different crates and taken into the diffuse light store for a period of 4 weeks to stimulate sprouting. The data collection process, we marked 5 tubers in each crate to enable data collection on number of eyes per tuber, days to sprout, number of sprouts per tuber, and these ones were counted every after 7 days. And then the weight of tubers and weight of sprouts was measured at the end of the experiment. Data analysis, the data was checked for normality and subjected to two-way analysis of variance using the linear fixed model for RCBD with the R Studio. The data was fitted to this statistical model of factorial RCBD. Under our results, variety and treatment interaction significantly affected the sprouting parameters at P0.05. And the interaction effect of variety and treatment on days to sprouting was also highly significant, with aloe vera at 400 ml reducing dormancy of narrow pot to only 14 days. And green algae recorded the highest sprouting percentage. It recorded the highest sprouting percentage, though the number of sprouts were few. But algae at 200 ml had the highest number of sprouts. This table summarizes the results I talked about earlier. And this one is the interaction effect of variety and treatments on number of eyes. As you can see, that the number of eyes, for example, on catch pot 1, the number of eyes was increasing as the number of days were also increasing. The same with narrow port 4. As the days were increasing, the number of what? The number of eyes were also increasing. And the treatments, when we look at aloe vera, those treatments from 0 to 9, 0 is control, 1 is 200 for algae, 2 is for 1 to 3 is for algae, then 4 to 5 is for aloe vera, then 7 to 9 is for gibberellic acid. I think you can follow from there. This is the interaction effect of variety and treatments on number of sprouts. On discussion, we realize that potato sprout growth depends on the physiological age of tubers. This is on a general discussion, whereby the tubers that were harvested later or the tubers that were properly mature had a shorter dormancy compared to the tubers that were harvested early. And then algae extracts enhance nutrient uptake, root development, drought tolerance, and yield in various crops. Since they contain natural growth regulators and bioactive compounds that promote growth in plants. In conclusion, the study demonstrates that biostimulants are effective in breaking tuber dormancy of seed potato with aloe vera extract at 400, which initiated early sprouting, while at algae at 600 improved sprout number and vigor. Adoption of natural alternatives can strengthen local seed potato systems through rapid multiplication and reduce reliance on synthetic chemicals for breaking seed potato dormancy. And this ultimately improves seed dormancy management, enhance seed availability, strengthen seed systems, and unlock potato productivity in Uganda.
It was excellent. I'm not criticizing anything, so it was well done, even the presentation. So I think that's it from our group. Those who might still be online, I don't know if I have the connection, I've lost it. I'll get back later. We still have a few more presentations of people who are still online. They will come through after the DVC has given the concluding remarks. We have like 6 or 7 people who will come through thereafter. Okay, so I hand over to the conference organizer.
Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful, long day. I can say people are extremely tired, but we are closing. As we wait for the DVC to close, and I think as I mentioned, you might have had my communication. So you're most welcome. DVC, you're most welcome. We are coming to the end. No, I will not even say the end. I'm just going to say we are coming to the closure of the first session. Because we still have another session. There is a theme which hasn't even reached in the middle. That is the humanities, education, and another part. I can be left in that line. So we are going to organize an online session for all of them. Unfortunately, not connected. Maybe you can connect using a phone for those online to be able to get the communication I'm making. So we shall organize a day, like it's going to be a continuation of this conference, so that people can really get the value for what they are presenting. If we rush it now, they might miss out on some comments from some colleagues. So I'm going to sit with my colleague, Dr. Chizito, and the directorate. We organize a day. We have their contacts, we have their email addresses, we have their titles. So we are going to organize a day, not later than next week, and we reach the climax of this conference. There are some who are here even physically who have been presented by the show of hands for recognition. See, yes. So it's quite a number. 1, 2, 3. Even Prof didn't present. But at least you attended you chaired the session. So we are going to organize and call for an online session, fully online, and we will have most of the comments from different people, and we might even benefit more. So as they reconnect upon Zoom, our DVC, we have had quite a long day and we have learned a lot. We missed out. If it was supposed to be organized in a week, maybe we would all sit here, listen to agriculture, listen to research in health science, listen to research in business, and other faculties. But since it is just one day, we decided to concentrate in our areas of specialty. So DVC, I would like to kindly welcome you to come and give the closing remarks.
The MC of the day, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, the Chairperson of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Mona, and all the team members, and dear colleagues. When you are speaking to people who are already tired, I can already see the faces, but I'll try my best to say a few things and complete in a record time. As we come to the close of this enriching research conference, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to each one of you for your participation. I was here this morning and I could see that everybody was active, even those who did not ask questions. You could see on their faces that they were engaged. So I thank you for that intellectual engagement and commitment. And especially now as we are talking to you, Usually, when you have activities like this one, and when people are tired, you come to close. I think last year it happened. You are speaking to empty seats. But here, I'm so happy that people are still around. Yes. And even others I'm seeing are online, so we cannot take that for granted. Today, one message, according to me, especially when the VC spoke, and then there were reactions, that message came through that research is not merely an academic exercise, it is also a tool for transforming society. So we have a duty, we have a responsibility to transform society around us. Our theme, which we already know, which involves multidisciplinary disciplines, has challenged us to look beyond traditional boundaries, and it has reminded us that progress happens when we come together, when there is that interdisciplinary spirit among faculties, among institutions, when we work together with different contexts and with different approaches. This is the essence of STEMS, a holistic approach where knowledge converges to address the real challenges of our society. Let me emphasize that universities must remain true to their purpose as engines of development. And this statement, actually I borrowed it from the VC this morning. Universities are engines of development. Institutions like Uganda Matters University exist not only to produce graduates, but also to create or generate solutions. Solutions that improve livelihoods, that strengthen institutions, and contribute to the flourishing of society. I know some people like Professor Shimba think that universities have only to think critical, but not going to these other hardcore things. But I think we can be both. Our research must be rooted in relevance. It must speak to the needs of our people and respond to the aspirations of our nation. I also want to highlight the importance of deepening our relationship with communities. Sustainable development cannot be achieved from the ivory tower. It requires dialogue, partnership, and shared ownership. Our communities are not only beneficiaries of our research, they are also co-creators of knowledge, custodians of culture, and partners in innovation. When I was studying philosophy and theology, we were told that people that we are going to serve are not tabula rasa. They are empty heads. No, they are not empty heads. Even when we are going to do internships, when we are doing research among them, they also have something to contribute. And I think that message has come out through today. As we conclude, let us carry forward the conviction that we are called to make a difference. Making a difference is our motto as Uganda Matters University. Our slogan, yes, you are correct. Let that slogan also be the slogan, I think, of every institution that is here. Because basically, the essence is that we all have it, that we want to make a difference. It may not be our slogan, but at least that's what we intend to do. Each study conducted, and each idea explored, and each innovation tested should contribute to building a better and more sustainable and more humane society. This is our mandate as scholars, as leaders, and as a university grounded in values. I extend once again my sincere gratitude to the organizers, the presenters, the reviewers, students, and all participants who have contributed to the success of this conference. I want to think that actually this was an international conference. Yes, because we had people from Malawi, people from Mozambique, and where? DRC. So it was an international conference. And Liberia, yes. So, may the networks forged here grow stronger. May the conversations continue. And may the work we do ripple far beyond these auditorium walls. Thank you, and may God bless you. Virtute et sapientia, Duc Mundum.
Thank you very much, our DVC. As I was making the communication, the online team was up. We understand we have quite a number of people who have not presented online and physical, so we are going to organize an online session, which we are going to communicate by Monday when it will take place. So those who are online and you have not presented, please just stay calm. The conference has been partially closed by the DVC. It will continue online, but still when it ends, it will have ended. So thank you so much for turning up. The last activity, I'm going to request a brother Bialhanga. So I'm going to request, let us go and plant the 16th annual research conference tree. He pointed where it was supposed to plant it, so he said the other side. I know he must be standing somewhere around there because he knows this activity has to take place. So kindly all of us, let us move to that place, and we end our conference with the planting of the tree. It's our culture in Uganda Matters. All those who are online, thank you for being patient and thank you for being with us. We shall keep in touch. Finally, all those who have participated in this conference, the presenters, you are going to get your certificates. The certificates will be given to you, and they are going to be online certificates. So we have got the data for those who are presented. I think by the end of next week, you will receive your certificates on your email addresses. Thank you so much. Let us go and plant the tree. Those online, please feel free to sign out at your convenient time. We are planting.
Let's do that one more.
Yes. Fine, thanks. How are you? Perfect. Yes. Hello. How are you? Fine, thanks. How are you?
Let's stop the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Thank you. You were chair. No, I wasn't chair. Yeah, even as we know, yeah, there can continue. Let's look at